Chapter 345. Oh. The female student nodded and put the talisman of marriage back indifferently. Then, she picked up another talisman and looked at it. The female student next to her quickly reached out and picked up the talisman of marriage. She asked Saito, "Is what you said true? With this talisman, you can get a beautiful marriage?" "Of course." Saito nodded and said. These talismans were not casually drawn by Saito to fool people. They were real talismans. Although it was not clear how many effects these talismans had in this technology-oriented world, some of them were definitely useful. However, Saito looked at the female student in front of him and felt that she might have confused marriage with peach blossoms. He explained, "If you just want to get boys to like you, then it's useless for you to only take the talisman of marriage. The talisman of marriage can only guarantee you a beautiful marriage, but it can't make you like boys. If you want boys to like you, I recommend you to buy this." Saito reached out and took out one of the many talismans in front of him. He handed it to the female student and explained, "This is the peach blossom talisman. It can change your luck with men, make it easier for you to get the attention of others, and increase the success rate of your confession." "Really?" Without waiting for the female student to reply, the eyes of the male students beside her lit up, and they hurriedly asked, "It's true." Itsunari nodded his head like a charlatan. "How much is one?" A smart male student immediately reached out and picked up a talisman of the same style as the one Saito handed to the female student. He held it in his hand and asked Saito anxiously, "It's not expensive. Only 300 yuan. Saito replied with a smile. "Why don't you go rob a bank?" Another male student immediately shouted after hearing this. However, the male student who grabbed the talisman in his hand quickly took out his wallet, took out 3 abu coins, and handed it to Saito. "I want this one. Here's the money." "Little brother, you have a good eye." Saito quickly reached out and took the coin. At the same time, he discreetly transferred his energy to the other party. After activating the peach blossom talisman in the other party's hand, the effects of the peach blossom talisman became even more apparent. At this time, seeing that one person had already bought the peach blossom charm, the other 2 students gritted their teeth, took out 300 yuan from their pockets, and handed it to Saito. They took the specially activated peach blossom charm from him and left. Although these 3 male students had taken a lead, a few more students bought the talisman paper one after another, but they were only a minority. Most of the people still maintained the attitude of onlookers, with the intention of watching the fun and novelty. They surrounded Saito and looked at these strange things that they had never seen before. In this way, with the passage of time, more than half of the students of Heliopolis Industrial School knew that there was a person selling strange talismans on the grass in the school's rest area, which aroused the curiosity of many people. Among them, Mirialia Ha, Frialusta, and Katzbiskak, the 3 supporting characters in the original movie, paid attention. The first day passed in the blink of an eye. Other than selling a dozen peach blossom talismans, he did not have any other gains. Saito was not discouraged by this. He knew that this was inevitable. However, as long as he spread the news, some of the supporting characters would come to him in a few days. At that time, as long as he was familiar with them, when the plot started, he would escape with them on the ship, and everything would be fine. The next day, after Saito practiced his martial arts, he changed into his attire and came to Heliopolis Industrial School to sell talismans. Because of the influence of yesterday's event, there were many more onlookers today. Saito simply scanned the crowd with his psychic power and discovered the existence of Dawakira, Mirialia Ha, and her boyfriend, Dorknez, Katzbiskak, and Sayagil. As for the other important supporting character, Free, she was probably still in class, so she did not appear here. However, even though there were many onlookers, there were still very few people who came to buy the talismans. However, this situation did not last long. In the afternoon of the same day, there was a change. This was because the first male student who bought the peach blossom talisman yesterday was officially confessed to by a female student during the afternoon break. As this news spread, the effect of the talisman that Saito sold was immediately magnified. It caused those students who were still hesitating to immediately flock over. One by one, they rushed to buy the talismans in Seito's hands. Then on the third day, after a few other students who bought the peach blossom talismans benefited from it, Seito's talismans became the most sought-after item in Heliopolis Industrial School. Its influence spread through the students and the internet, spreading to the nearby residential areas. On this day, Seito still wore his attire and went to Heliopolis Industrial School to sell talismans. However, because of his influence, he had abandoned the white sail that was originally used to attract attention. Now, his face and attire were the best advertising signs. Coming, coming. As soon as Seito stepped into the school, the students immediately shouted in a low voice and gradually gathered around Seito. Moreover, Seito used his spiritual power to scan and found that the 6 main and supporting characters, including Kila, all appeared in the crowd and moved with the crowd. Seeing this, Seito smiled slightly and turned his head to look around. Finally, his eyes locked onto a stone table and a few stone benches. He slowly walked over. After reaching the stone table, he put down the gray leisure bag on his body and sat on the stone bench. Please line up one by one. Seito took out the talismans from the leisure bag and shouted to the others. Immediately, the students who came over immediately lined up obediently and stood in front of Seito like a long dragon. What talisman do you want? Seito asked the cute-looking female student in front of him. I want the peach blossom talisman. The female student's face flushed red. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or shyness, as she quickly said, Here, your peach blossom talisman. Seito handed over the talisman and the female student handed over the money. The two of them completed the transaction. The female student who received the talisman immediately ran out of the line with a happy expression and ran into the distance. Just like this, one by one, it was finally Freya Alusta's turn. What talisman do you want? Seito asked as usual. I want a peace talisman. Freya Alusta said to Seito in a very ladylike manner. It's very rare. I thought a beautiful girl like you would ask for a marriage talisman. Seito said with a smile. At the same time, he took out a peace talisman from his bag and handed it to Freya. I'm buying this for my father. Freya shook her head and said, What a filial girl. He took the money from Freya and praised her. Thank you. Freya smiled and thanked him. Then, she took the talisman and walked to the side step by step. She waited for Seagail in the line. What talisman do you want? Seito asked Seagail. I want a marriage talisman. Seagail glanced at Freya and said, Oh, are you not confident in your marriage? Seito took out the marriage talisman and handed it to Seagail with a teasing smile. A little. Seagail nodded honestly. Then you have to work hard. Even if you have a marriage talisman, it's useless if you don't work hard. After all, marriage is fate. You can only get a good marriage if you manage your fate well, Seito said as he received the money. Of course, apart from advising Freya on the surface, he was also looking for an excuse for the future. After all, everyone would be on the same boat in the future. When the time comes, with the influence of the world's correction power, this marriage talisman that did not match the 8 characters and did not have any incantations would not be powerful enough. This way, even if Freya ran into Kira's arms in the future, he would have an excuse. Thank you. I understand. Seagail nodded and thanked Seagail. Then, she walked to the side and met up with Freya. However, she did not leave. Instead, she waited for the others in the line. After Seagail, Seito received a few more students. Finally, he made another transaction with the side characters. He looked at Kez Baskark and asked, What talisman do you want? I want a peach talisman, Kez said. Okay, your talisman. Seito did not have much reaction to someone like Kez who not only had a bad temperament, but also had a bad mouth. He also got off the boat halfway. After giving a simple reply, he ended the transaction and waited for the next person. After Kaz, it was Mirialia Ha and her male friend Dolnice. The two of them walked up to Seito hand in hand and said, We want a marriage talisman. You two are very lovey-dovey. Say Ito praised with a smile and handed over the marriage talisman. Thank you. Mirialia took the marriage talisman and thanked with a smile. Beside her, Dole took out his wallet and paid for the talisman. After completing the transaction, the two of them walked up to say Agil, Freya, and Kazan waited. Looking at the world's main character before him, Sei Ito's eyes flickered and he asked with interest, "What talisman do you want?" I want a peach talisman," Yamato Kira said shyly. Hearing Yamato Kira's choice, Ito Sei almost laughed out loud. In the future, Yamato Kira would sleep with Flay, flirt with Kukli, and have Lakis send herself to his doorstep to ask for a peach blossom amulet at this moment. How hilarious! Fortunately, Sei Ito had great self-control. He held back his laughter and took out a peach talisman and handed it over. "Little brother, your face looks like a peach blossom. With the peach talisman's power, a good peach blossom might turn into a rotten peach." Chapter 346. Daiwa Kira looked at Sei Ito with some confusion and exclaimed in surprise. But Sei Ito just smiled mysteriously at Kira and said, "You will understand in the future." Then, he ended the transaction and began to serve the student customers behind him. More than an hour later, Sei Ito sold the last talisman paper in the leisure bag. He got up and said to the students in front of him, "Sorry, the talisman paper is sold out. If you need more, please come early." After that, he picked up the gray leisure bag beside him, ignored the complaints behind him, turned around, and left Heliopolis Industrial School and returned to his residence. With today's contact, Sei Ito's goal was basically achieved. In the following days, other than bringing a leisure bag of talisman paper to Heliopolis Industrial School to sell, his life was very leisurely. In the blink of an eye, it was January 25th, CE 71, the day the plot began. On this day, Sei Ito, as usual, came to Heliopolis Industrial School with a leisure bag of talisman paper and sold it to the students who were taking lunch break. Old rules, line up, one by one. Sei Ito sat near the school gate and shouted to the students who came over. Understood. The students who were already familiar with Sei Ito's temper immediately shouted. Then one by one, they lined up in front of Sei Ito and bought talisman paper, as usual. Just when Sei Ito sold out half of the talisman paper, a violent shaking that affected the entire Heliopolis colonial satellite suddenly occurred, causing the people who were lining up to buy talisman paper. The students who were unprepared for this immediately lost their balance, and a large number of students fell to the ground because there was no support around them. As it begun, Sei Ito, who was sitting on the stone pier, felt the violent shaking under his feet and thought. Fortunately, the shaking didn't last long. Heliopolis quickly returned to calm. Did we hit a meteorite? One of the industrial school students got up from the ground and asked the people around him with a puzzled look. How is that possible? How big would a meteorite have to be to cause such a huge quake? Another student immediately retorted after hearing the previous person's question. Then what's going on? Asked another student who had already stood up and was patting the dust off his body. Who knows? Another student patted the grass off his body and curled his lips. But before he could finish his sentence, several MS-class fighter jets suddenly appeared in the sky above Heliopolis and flew over their heads at high speed. He flew to a place not far away. Then, a burst of gunshots and explosions could be heard. Is this a war? A male student muttered in disbelief as he looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately after, a burst of urgent evacuation alarms sounded in the Heliopolis colonial satellite, awakening the students who were still in a state of confusion. He quickly ran to the nearest shelter. On the other hand, Sei Ito quickly put away the casual bag in front of him, carried it on his back, got up, and quickly ran to the place where the battle took place. Along the way, Sei Ito carefully avoided the splashing debris, shallow pits, and the defense personnel in Heliopolis. Finally, after a few minutes of running, he arrived at the place where the battle took place. He then carefully hid in the trees on the side and hid. Then he glanced around and immediately found Sei, Kaz Dole, and Mirialia on the other side. His eyes flashed slightly. He carefully sneaked over. Then he suddenly ran out from the MS-class gunfire and joined the other four who were also running away. "It's you," Kiss shouted in surprise at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared beside him. "Oh, don't talk nonsense. Run." Seito casually replied to Kaz and continued to run along the streets with Sei and the others until they finally arrived near the battlefield where the assault Gundam and the MS class were fighting. "What is that?" Kaz looked at the assault Gundam that was fighting with the MS class in shock and asked. But at this time, no one paid attention to his shock. Except for Seito, everyone looked at the assault Gundam and the MS class in horror. Then, they saw the assault Gundam suddenly become much more agile and use two Armagnator combat knives to stab the MS class in the shoulder sockets, causing the MS class to explode into a pile of garbage. After the strong wind caused by the explosion, Seito stood up and looked at the assault Gundam that was gradually losing its PS armor and let out a long sigh. Then, the assault Gundam, which had lost its blue and white PS armor, half-knelt on the ground like a real person. The chest area of the body, which had turned completely gray, suddenly opened from top to bottom, and a familiar Lord Kira walked out. "Kira," Mirialia and Sei muttered to themselves in surprise. Immediately after, Kira, who had already walked out of the Gundam's cockpit, suddenly turned around and walked back to the cockpit. He dragged out an unconscious woman wearing an orange engineering suit with bloodstains above her right arm. Then he held the unconscious woman with one hand and pulled the handle of the rope ladder at the top of the cockpit with the other hand. Then he descended to the ground. At this time, Sei and the others, who had recovered from the shock, immediately ran to the side of the Gundam, took Maru from Kira's hand, and let Mirialia and Dole help her to a bench on the side. Fortunately, after Kira drove the assault Gundam back, the Zaft didn't attack the inside of the Heliopolis satellite. This also gave Maru enough time to rest and wake up. After a while, Maru subconsciously raised her right hand, causing pain, which stimulated her to finally wake up. "You're awake." Seito sat on the bench next to Maru and looked at Maru, who had just woken up and was still a little confused. "It's you. Why are you here?" Maru naturally knew who Seito was. Her expression changed, and she suddenly sat up from the bench. She endured the pain and looked at Seito with a serious face. "Why can't I be here? I'm on vacation now. It's my freedom to go wherever I want." Seito shrugged and said to Maru, Do you know each other?" Mirialia on the side looked at the two people who were at daggers drawn and asked cautiously, "Well, we've met once, but we're not familiar." Seito nodded and smiled casually. "Oh." Mirialia nodded and turned to look at Maru. She handed her a bottle of water and said, "Do you want some water?" "Thank you." Maru also knew that there were civilians present, so some things should not be discussed further. She took the water bottle handed over by Mirialia and said, "Thank you. It's so strong. It's called a Gundam. It can move." Just as Maru opened her mouth to drink, Dole, who was sitting in the cockpit of the assault Gundam, suddenly said excitedly, "Hey, didn't I tell you not to move?" Sei, who was under the Gundam, shouted to Dole in the cockpit. Seeing this, Maru no longer cared about whether she was injured or not. She immediately took out her gun and pointed at the cockpit. She said with a stern face, "Get out of that body." Then, in order to strengthen the deterrence, she fired a shot at the open hatch above the Gundam's cockpit. The impact of the bullet and the body produced sparks that scared Dole and Katz. "What are you doing? Please stop. They helped me carry you down." Kira hurriedly ran to Maureen, who was walking towards the assault Gundam, and stopped her. It would have been fine if Kira hadn't said anything, but the moment he opened his mouth, Ma immediately pointed her gun at Kira's forehead and said in a deep voice, "Thank you very much for saving me, but that body is an important military secret. It's not something normal people can touch." "What? Wasn't it Kira who was driving the body?" Dole muttered in dissatisfaction. "Mr. Seito, please go talk to them." Mirialia, who had been standing in the same place, saw the situation over there. She turned her head and asked Ito, Sei who was watching the show. "Okay." Seito shrugged and agreed. Then he shouted at Maru, "Okay, Maru, it's just a group of students. You may need their help later. Don't make the atmosphere so tense." Shut up, you bastard. Hearing Sei Ito's persuasion, Maru immediately turned the gun and shouted at Sei Ito, "Don't forget that you're also a soldier. Have you forgotten the military's confidentiality regulations?" Hearing Maru's question, the main and supporting roles who originally had a good impression of Sei Ito were all suspicious of him. "Captain Margot, so what if I'm a soldier? I'm on vacation right now, and there's still half a month before my vacation ends. During this time, I'm completely free and have nothing to do with what's happening now. I'm only here because of coincidence." As for the confidentiality regulations you mentioned, it's even more ridiculous. I'm not even an executor of the plan. What kind of protection regulations do I need to follow? Sei Ito had a mocking expression as he used a very formal title to Maru. "You're a disgrace to the military," Maru shouted angrily. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you say." Ito-sei shrugged with an indifferent look on his face. He then continued to speak to Margaret. "But I advise you to listen to me if you still want to keep that airframe." Maru frowned and pondered for a moment. Then she put down the gun and turned to Sei and the others. "What's your name?" "Kazbaskak, Dornig, Sei Ageo, Miri Alaha." Despite their dissatisfaction, the other four answered honestly after hearing Marlowe's question. "What about you?" Maru looked at Kiriyamato and said, "Kiriyamato." Kiriyamato said reluctantly, "I'm Maru Miya's, an officer of the Earth Alliance Army. Although I'm very sorry, I can't let you go like this." Maru Miya's said to Kiriyamato with a serious expression. Chapter 347. Hearing Maul's words, whether it was the cold-faced Daiwa Kira or the innocent Sei, all of them exclaimed in surprise. No matter what the reason is, since you have seen important military secrets, you must inform the relevant units. Before you receive a reply, you must act with me, Marjorie explained to them in a deep voice. "How can this be?" Kaz whispered in disbelief. "Stop joking around. What's the big deal about that?" Dole directly expressed his dissatisfaction as he yelled at Maureen. Mirialia, who was next to him, looked at Sei Ito for help, but Sei Ito couldn't do anything about it. He could only shrug at Mirialia and shake his head. "Please listen," Marjorie said loudly with the majesty of a military officer. "We are citizens of Heliopolis. We are neutral. We have nothing to do with the military." Sei immediately found a reason to refute. "That's right. Speaking of which, why is the Earth Alliance Army in Heliopolis?" "That's strange," Kez said immediately. "Yeah, that's why it's like this," Daiwa said emotionally. But before Daiwa could continue to vent his dissatisfaction, Marjorie had already expressed her insistence with action. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were heard, interrupting Daiwa's words. Everyone's attention was focused on Marjorie again. Marjorie, who had completely returned to her military officer appearance, pointed her gun at them and said, "Shut up. You naive children who don't know anything. Just say that you are neutral and have nothing to do with me, and you can get away with it. You don't really think that, do you? There are important secrets of the Earth Alliance Army here, and you have seen them. This is your current situation. How can you be so unreasonable?" Sei clenched his hands into fists and said in a low voice, "Unreasonable or not, we are at war now. Plant and Earth, adjusted and natural, your outside world." Marjorie originally retorted with a very serious tone, but looking at the 5 children's faces in front of her, she sighed helplessly and stopped lecturing. He turned to Sei Ito and shouted, "Lieutenant Sei Ito." "Captain." Hearing Moro's address of Sei Ito, he was stunned. Mirialia and the others exclaimed again. They really couldn't imagine that a guy who looked about the same age as them was actually a captain of the Earth Alliance Army. However, Margaret ignored their exclamations and continued in a deep voice, "Originally, as an unplanned personnel, I shouldn't have allowed you to come into contact with the mech. However, other than the 5 civilians here, only you and I are soldiers. Furthermore, I'm not good with mechs, so I have no choice but to let you come into contact with it. Now, I hope that you can be the pilot for the time being until you hand it over to Admiral Halbarden. I don't think I can drive that thing well." Sei Ito curled his lips and said, "Although you're very suspicious. However, Your ability as a pilot is unquestionable. Marjorie honestly admitted Ito's piloting ability. But you have to know that Ma is different from that thing. Ito continued to evade. If you don't try, how do you know you can't drive it? Marjorie asked back. Okay, but it's still the same thing. I don't think I could drive that thing well. Ito shrugged and said to Marjorie. Then he turned around and walked to the assault Gundam. After a few leaps, he arrived at the cockpit. He turned around and jumped in. Then, Ito pretended to drive under the gaze of Marjorie, Kira, and the others. Then, the assault Gundam, which had just stood up, took a step forward with its left foot. The body of the assault Gundam immediately shook and fell to the side. The heavy body of the assault Gundam immediately smashed a large crater on the ground beside it. The dust that was bounced up instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and covered the assault Gundam. It still doesn't work? Marjorie murmured with a disappointed expression. With a soft sound, the cockpit of the assault Gundam opened up again. Then, Ito-sei walked out of the cockpit and jumped down from the fuselage. He then walked over to them. No, I can't drive it. This thing is not made for natural people. Ito shook his head helplessly at Marjorie. In the end, we can only rely on this young man. Marjorie turned around and looked at Kira and Yamato beside her. Kira, please put the assault Gundam back to its original position. Then use the assault Gundam's communicator to send a message to the ******** band. If there's a reply, inform me immediately. Marjorie put away her thoughts and ordered Kira. Oh, okay. Kira paused for a moment before agreeing. Then he walked slowly to the fallen assault Gundam and got into the cockpit. Then the assault Gundam's body moved slightly and sat up from the ground. Then it walked back to its original position and squatted down again. Then it opened the cockpit cover and began to send a message. This is the X-105 Assault Gundam. Earth Army, please reply if you hear this. This is the X-105 Assault Gundam. Earth Army, please reply if you hear this. Please reply if you hear this. Kira shouted loudly. At this time, Ito, who was sent by Marjorie to drive the assault Gundam's weapons and energy packs, finally returned. He stopped the car and jumped out of the cockpit and returned to the group. At this time, Kira, who had been communicating with the assault Gundam many times without receiving any reply, walked to the side of the vehicle under Marjorie's instructions and squatted down. Which one is the energy pack? Kira leaned half of his body out of the cockpit and shouted to Marjorie. The weapons and the energy pack are one. Just put it on. Marjorie replied. Hearing this, Kira retracted his body and prepared to launch a strong attack, preparing to pack the energy onto his body. But at this time, in the sky, there was a sudden explosion on the pillar supporting the central axis of Heliopolis. Then, an MS model that only the captain of the ZAF could pilot flew out from the explosion. The huge red electronic eye immediately locked onto the assault Gundam on the open ground below. Then, it flew in a large arc in the air and rushed towards the ground. But behind it, a MA model without the 4 auxiliary weapon boxes at the rear immediately rushed over. It persistently chased after it and stopped its movement. Hurry up and pack the energy pack. Seeing this sudden change, Marjorie quickly ran towards the assault Gundam while shouting to Kira inside. As for the other one, he cut off the line gun below the MA's nose with a sword. It rushed straight towards the assault Gundam that was nervously writing the program to activate the energy pack. At this critical moment, the assault Gundam finally finished writing the program and activated the energy pack. It activated the PS armor. Then a huge explosion suddenly came from the mountain not far away from them. In the midst of the flying debris and rising flames, a white battleship with 2 spider legs in the front, 2 wings in the middle, and 2 vertical fins on top of the 6 thrusters at the rear quickly rushed out. The gray smoke on the ship was pulled into thin ribbons as it flew away from the ship. Archangel, Ito muttered to himself. Archangel, Marjorie said in shock. At this time, The assault Gundam immediately changed its target after being shocked by the sudden appearance of Archangel. It rushed towards the protruding bridge in the middle of Archangel, and at the same time, it used its large-caliber weapon to fire at Archangel's bridge. But as a new battleship, Archangel's flexibility was completely beyond the level of a normal battleship. It nimbly flipped to the side and dodged the line of fire. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, it changed its target again. It stopped in midair, turned around, and rushed towards the confused assault Gundam. At the same time, the gun in his hand started firing again. "Dodge!" Marjorie immediately shouted to the students next to her when she saw the assault Gundam rushing down. Then she reached out and hugged Mirialia, who was next to her, and ran a few steps before quickly lying down on the ground. On the other hand, Chong Raider noticed the ambush and immediately took a step to the side, squatting down and blocking all the bullets. A series of sparks splashed out from where the assault Gundam was hit. At this time, the left tail of Archangel, which had repositioned itself, suddenly opened. 4 radium decoy missiles were launched by Archangel, followed closely behind, and then were cleverly guided to the main axis of the Heliopolis colonial satellite. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions erupted on the surface of the main axis one after another, causing Heliopolis to shake slightly again. Seeing this, the assault Gundam, who was no longer in a daze, immediately held the high-energy beam rifle in his hand and fired at the assault Gundam locked onto the sky. A scarlet energy beam immediately sprayed out from the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the assault Gundam, destroying its right arm before it had time to dodge completely. The beam went straight to the outer wall of the colonial satellite Heliopolis, creating a huge hole there. A strong suction force immediately generated from the hole. At the same time, the injured assault Gundam took the opportunity to escape from the hole. After the assault Gundam left Heliopolis, Archangel slowly landed on the ground. Then the assault Gundam held Ito, Maru, Sai, and others in both hands, jumped into the landing module at the front of Archangel, and put them down. Captain Lamius. Just as they stood still, a crisp female voice came, attracting their attention. Then a group of soldiers wearing the uniform of the Earth Alliance Army, led by a female officer with short black hair, ran over. Second Lieutenant Bakaluru. Maru Lamius exclaimed in surprise. "It's great that you are safe." When they came to Maru and others, Bakaluru and the group of soldiers behind her immediately saluted Maru. "You are the ones who saved Archangel. It's all thanks to you that we can be saved," Maru said modestly. At this time, with a soft sound, the cockpit of the assault Gundam suddenly opened, and Kira, wearing civilian clothes, got out of it and stepped on a rope ladder to the ground. "Hey, what's going on? He's just a kid." A big man in a construction suit looked at Kira, who came out of the cockpit, and said in surprise, then whispered to the soldier next to him, "Is that kid piloting that thing?" "Captain Lamius, this is..." Bakaluru also looked at Maru with a puzzled expression. It's just that Maru, who was being watched by so many people, didn't know how to answer Bakaluru's question at all. She turned her head and looked embarrassed. It's really surprising. Just when Maru was embarrassed, a male voice suddenly sounded. Then a blond man in an MA protective suit walked in front of everyone, raised his hand, and saluted, then introduced himself. "Earth Corps, 7th Mobile Fleet, Captain Mullah Flag, please take care of me." After hearing Mu's self-introduction, Mariu, Bujaluru, and the other soldiers immediately saluted to show their respect. Then, they introduced themselves one after another: 2nd Universe Region, 5th Special Division, Captain Mario Lamius. Of the same name, Lieutenant Natal Bakaluru. This should be Captain Ito from the 8th Alliance Fleet. Then Mu's gaze fell on Ito and asked with a smile. Obviously, he was a little surprised that Ito didn't return the salute. The other soldiers immediately looked at the young Ito, who didn't look like a soldier at all, in surprise, and exclaimed, "It seems that my reputation has spread quite far. Even the people of the 7th Fleet know about me." Ito carefully looked at the supporting role in the movie in front of him and laughed. As the first MA pilot hero to destroy MS, your name has been written in the textbooks. How can I not know about you as MA pilot? Mu laughed. At this time, the soldiers of the Earth Corps, who had recovered from the surprise, immediately turned around and saluted Seito. At this time, Seito naturally couldn't pretend not to see it, so he also raised his hand and saluted back. I want to get permission to board the ship. Who is in charge of this battleship? After getting to know each other, Mu looked at everyone and asked. Including the captain, all the senior officers on the battleship died in battle, so Captain Lamias is now in charge. Bakaluru said to Mu, only a dozen low-level officers and soldiers who stayed on the ship survived. I was spared because I was in the main shaft. Captain, how could it be? Muru murmured in disbelief. It's really full of disasters. When Mu heard the words, he reached out and pinched his eyebrows and sighed. Then his face became serious and said to Muru, in short, please give me permission. Captain Lamias, the spaceship I took has been destroyed. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 348. Those are Mu, who got permission, turned to look at Kira and the others and asked in confusion. As you can see, it's an ordinary civilian boy. I don't know why he appeared in the factory area when he was attacked. I let him sit on the G. I remember his name is Kira Yamato. With his help, we were able to repel Kim and save the last one, Marlene explained. Repel Kim? That kid? Bucky Lulu looked at Marlene in disbelief. I'm here to escort the newbies who are trained to pilot that body. Where are they? Moose said. At the time of the explosion, they happened to be reporting to the captain in the commander's office. So they also... Bucky Lulu explained. I see. Moose sighed and walked toward Kira and the others. He stopped in front of Kira Yamato and looked at him quietly. What's the matter? Kira was a little uncomfortable under Moo's gaze and asked nervously. You're the adjuster, right? Moose suddenly said after looking at Kira for a moment. Moo's question immediately caused a stir among the soldiers of the Earth United Army, and they began to whisper. Yes, Kira admitted honestly. Immediately, the soldiers who were still talking raised the weapons in their hands and aimed at Kira's body. I say, you're deliberately stirring up trouble, Captain Flag. At this time, Ito, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly said. As soon as his words came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, whether it was the soldiers of the Earth United Army or Kira's group. Mu looked at Seito with some confusion and asked in confusion, let me ask you, where are we now? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked the soldiers of the Earth United Army. Heliopolis, Bucky Lulu answered. Buggy Lulu replied. At the same time, she began to understand the meaning of Itsunari's words. Yes, this was the colonial satellite Heliopolis belonging to the neutral country Ob. It was normal for there to be adjusters here. There was really no need to be so nervous just because the other party was an adjuster. And after hearing Bucky Lulu's answer, the other soldiers of the Earth United Army more or less had an idea. They looked at each other in dismay. Since this is Heliopolis, as a neutral country belonging to Ob, I don't want to be affected by Earth's either me or my enemy atmosphere. What's so strange about going to live on a colonial satellite that they belong to? Ito continued. As for you, Captain Flag, you know that we've just been attacked by the Zaft and are very sensitive about changing people. You pointed out Daiwa Kira's identity without distinguishing between right and wrong. Aren't you deliberately trying to stir up trouble? Of course, that was what Ito-sei said, but in fact, Ito-sei understood Muji's purpose of pointing out Kira Yamato. Other than letting Maryu and the other soldiers of the Earth Alliance know and be on guard against him, he also wanted to use the change in everyone's attitude towards him to influence Kira Yamato. Then, he or Maryu would pretend to be a good person to gain Kira Yamato's favor and persuade him to temporarily become the pilot of the assault Gundam and escort everyone back to Earth. As for why Mu thought that Marlene would be a good person in the end and resolve the crisis that he had deliberately picked out, he discovered this from the change in Marlene's expression and tone after he paid attention to Kira. But unfortunately, this plan was disrupted by Seito. Not only did he fail to play the bad guy, but he also made Kira and the others' disgust towards him double in their hearts. Hearing this, Mu took a deep look at Seito and let out a long sigh. Just when he was about to say something, Marlene on the side spoke at this time, put down the gun. Although Marlene initially thought that Mu's behavior was only to confirm Kira Yamato's identity, after listening to Seito's words, Marlene, who more or less understood Mu's meaning, immediately closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she walked in front of the soldiers with guns and said, as Captain Seito said, Heliopolis is a neutral colony. Some people don't want to be involved in the war, so it's not surprising that they chose to migrate here. Then he turned his head and said to Kira, who was protected by Dole and Mirialia, "Am I right, Kira?" "Well, almost. I'm the first generation of adjusters," Kira said. "First generation?" One or two soldiers in the Earth Army who didn't know the meaning of first generation asked softly, "That means your parents are natural people." Mu didn't know if he was explaining for the soldiers over there or telling all the soldiers that although Kira was an adjuster, his parents were indeed natural people, not spies. Then Mu raised his hand and rubbed his neck while apologizing to everyone. "I'm sorry for causing such a big commotion. I just wanted to clarify. On the way here, I've seen the simulation training of the guys who want to pilot this body many times, but they have to put in a lot of effort to do even a simple movement. It's really troublesome." Then Mu looked up at the Gundam standing next to him and sighed. But the meaning behind his words was to express the excellence and importance of Kira to everyone. Then he sighed and walked inside the battleship. "Captain, where are you going?" But Kiliulu asked, "Where am I going? My plane landed after it was shot, and Cruz's troops are waiting outside. He's a stubborn guy, so I don't have time to waste here." After hearing Buggy Lulu's question, Mu stopped and said, then continued to walk inside the battleship. "Okay, let's disperse." After Mu left, Seito said to the people around him, then carried his gray casual bag and walked inside the battleship. Captain Lamius. Facing these two men who were both captains, but Kiliulu felt a little helpless. She could only turn her head to look at the captain beside her and call out with an inquisitive expression, "Kira, please send the Gundam to the garage." Without the presence of Ito and Mu, Maui, who was being watched by everyone, suddenly felt the pressure. She took a deep breath and began to arrange. "Okay." Kira nodded and agreed. "Kid, come with me." In the crowd, a burly man about 30 years old, with brown skin, wavy red hair, and wearing a dusty engineering suit shouted to Kira, "Who's in charge of information control now?" Margaret's gaze swept over the other soldiers. "It's me." One of the remaining 4 young men in white military uniforms raised his hand and said, "Try to contact the Joint Army in Heliopolis and ask them to help us complete the supply, and the people in the maintenance team, all of them move." Maui ordered with a serious face. "Yes." The young man responded immediately. "The rest of you, return to the bridge and get ready for battle." Maui finally ordered the others. "Yes." The others responded in unison, and then the entire Archangel immediately became busy. "Do we really not need to inform Captain Ito to come to the meeting?" In the bridge, but Kiliulu asked Maui, sitting in the captain's position. "No need." Hearing the question, Maui, who had changed into a white military uniform at this time, hesitated for a moment and confirmed. "By the way, speaking of Captain Ito, why did he appear in Heliopolis? And why is he dressed like that?" Mu, who also changed into a white military uniform, looked at Maui and asked strangely. "He said that he happened to appear here on vacation." Maui repeated Ito's words and said, Mu and Bakiliulu were directly choked by Ito's powerful reason. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. At this time, Ito, who they were talking about, secretly came to the power room of the Archangel. After confirming that there was no one around, he used his mental power to find the control system of the power room. Then he walked to the metal plate that looked no different from the surrounding walls and pushed it lightly. Then as Ito's palm left, the metal panel immediately opened down, revealing the fluorescent screen and the operation keyboard inside. Then Ito waved his hand and called Serene out of the Rubik's Cube world. "Where is this?" After a short adaptation, Serene asked Ito while looking at the strange space. The latest result of Earth's joint research, the new MS space battleship Archangel. This is its power room, Saito explained. Oh, why did you call me out? Celine Markgrave asked Ito Sei, who was standing beside her, in confusion. This is the control system of this power room. I want to get all the data and parameters of the Archangel's power system, but I don't have the authority and password, so I can only ask an expert like you to help me. Ito pointed to the open metal plate in front of him and explained with a smile. Okay, but only this time. Next time, you should find someone else. Celine frowned at first, but after a moment of silence, she agreed. However, in order to prevent Ito from asking her to do such a bad thing in the future, she quickly said, Okay. Ito agreed without hesitation. Then he shrugged and said helplessly, but it can't be helped. The DSSD organization only has the manufacturing technology for artificial colonial satellites and the space bases derived from them, plus the hyperspectrum detection radar, but they don't have the technology for the thruster and weapon control system. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of using this method to obtain the data of the thruster. Chapter 349. With your ability, can't you just go directly to the Joint Army Warship Manufacturing Factory and grab a copy of the design information of the thruster? Celine Markgrave walked to the control system and briefly glanced at the system interface displayed on the fluorescent screen. Then her hands moved quickly. The super-fast hand speed made her fingers move with blurred afterimages. While cracking the password, she said to Saito, Although your method is good, even if you get the design information of the thruster for the warship, what you get will only be some ordinary goods. It can't be compared with the thruster of the latest warship like the Archangel. Saito said disdainfully. Celine Markgrave nodded and expressed her understanding of Saito's pursuit of the most cutting-edge technology. A few minutes later, just as Celine Markgrave was about to unlock the access password of the power room's control system, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the Archangel. At this time, it should be because Aslan had piloted the Holy Shield Gundam to Heliopolis on his own without orders, thus causing the destruction of the entire Heliopolis. Hearing the alarm, Saito turned his head and looked at the empty corridor, then looked in the direction of the bridge. Beep! Suddenly, a short and clear sound rang in Saito's ear and attracted his attention. Is it solved? Saito withdrew his gaze from the bridge and turned to Celine Markgrave. Yes, it's solved. Celine Markgrave's fingers quickly pressed a few buttons on the control system's small keyboard and pulled out the plain drawings, data, and various parameters of the Archangel's thruster. Here, use this to export the data and back it up. On the side, Saito handed the quantum notebook that suddenly appeared in his hand to Celine Markgrave. Celine took the quantum computer and quickly started it up. Then she pulled out a data cable from the left side of the control system's small keyboard and connected it to the notebook. Then she pressed the confirm button. A large amount of data was quickly transmitted from the data cable into the notebook. Finally, another one has been resolved. Looking at the red progress bar on the laptop, Saito exhaled softly and looked up at Celine Markgrave with a smile. Now, we just need to get the samples of the weapon control system and the central main program. Then we can build our own battleships. You care a lot about battleships? Saito looked at the happy Saito in confusion. There are some, but not many. Ito Sei smiled and shook his head after hearing Celine Markgrave's question. Compared to the warship itself, I'm more concerned about the significance of the warship in the future. To get rid of the Earth's shackles? Saito immediately understood the meaning behind Saito's words. That's right. Saito nodded and admitted. At this moment, a violent tremor occurred inside the Archangel, causing Celine Markgrave, who was caught off guard, to sway and fall to the side. Opposite her, although Saito also felt the vibration, he was not affected at all. He immediately took a step forward and grabbed the quantum computer in Celine Markgrave's hand with one hand and hugged her waist with the other. He stopped her from falling. Thank you. After the vibration, Celine Markgrave held Saito's arm and stood up. Then she looked up and thanked him. You're welcome, Seito retracted his arm from Celine Margrave's waist and shook his head with a smile. Then he turned to look at the progress bar on the quantum computer screen and found that it had reached 84%. The mission would end in less than a minute. After a while, the quantum computer made a beep sound, indicating that Seito and Celine Margrave's mission was completed. Okay, sorry to trouble you this time. Seito pulled out the data transmission line, and the latter automatically retracted into the keyboard of the satellite control system. Then, after a few simple operations, he handed the closed quantum computer to Celine Margrave and said, "Also, there's more. After you go back, make a copy of this information and give it to Lloyd." "Got it." Celine Margrave held the quantum computer and nodded. Then she was put into the Rubik's Cube world by Seito. "Now let's go to the bridge and join in the fun." Itose reached out and closed the missile control system on the side. He then turned around and rushed toward the bridge. After a while, Seito came to the bridge. As the sensor door opened, he walked in and saw Mu controlling the laser cannon of the Archangel to destroy an MS and severely injure the Heliopolis main axis. "We can't increase the damage to the colonial satellite." Margot stood up from the captain's position and said to Mu and the others who were operating the weapons, "Then what do you want us to do? Do you want us to be sunk?" Bucky Lulu asked loudly. On one hand, it was the colonial satellite of neutral Heliopolis. On the other hand, it was the latest research results of the Army, which may be the key to defeating Plant and their lives. The dilemma immediately made Margot speechless. At this time, Bucky Lulu was no longer paying attention to the stunned Margot. She connected to the communication channel of Assault Gundam and shouted, "Assault, what are you doing? We are under attack by the enemy." Very intense, Seito walked behind Margot and looked at the image of the outside world on the big screen. It was not until this time that everyone noticed his arrival. "Lieutenant Seito, you came at the right time. Please assist us as a cannoneer." After discovering Seito, Bucky Lulu immediately requested, "Okay." Seito nodded indifferently, walked from the left side of Margot to the cannon console below, and sat down next to Mu. "I didn't expect to be able to sit with the number 1 MA pilot and become a cannoneer together. It's a rare experience." Mu looked at Seito next to him and said with a smile. Seito just smiled at Mu's words and didn't pay too much attention to it. He naturally stretched out his hands and held them on the console. Through the radar screen in front of him, he chose the target to attack. One machine. Who is Seito? He is a guy whose thinking speed is more abnormal than the regulator. So after understanding the functions of the console, he compared the radar with the optical image on the big screen on the side. It was very easy to determine the trajectory of an MS through the radar and the optical image on the big screen on the side. He used the fire god cannon to destroy the MS while it was moving. Sure. As expected of the number 1 MA pilot, this shooting technique is really sharp. Mu witnessed the whole process of Seito destroying the MS, whistled frivolously, and praised. "Don't mention it, it's just a small trick," Seito said modestly and continued to control the fire god cannon, chasing after an MS, forcing the opponent to move to another muzzle. And then its legs were destroyed by the attack from a muzzle, and it was destroyed by Seito's attack. However, because the MS's legs were first destroyed by other attacks and then exploded by Seito's attack, the MS that did not explode immediately fired the 4 Scud missiles on its arms at the main axis of Heliopolis before it died, causing more serious damage to the already fragile main axis. Immediately, the attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the main axis to completely collapse, disintegrating into sections of pipes and falling to the ground. The ground of Heliopolis, without the support of the main axis, immediately disintegrated and cracked, drifting away according to the outer wall metal plate attached to it. The huge air turbulence caused by the difference in pressure inside and outside directly disrupted the battlefield, not only forcing the end of the battle, but also accelerating the disintegration of Heliopolis. After a few minutes of turbulence, the impact of the collapse of Heliopolis passed, and the Archangel hovering in the universe returned to stability. However, whether it was the ordinary soldiers watching the battle in the battleship, or Maul and others in the bridge, they all quietly looked at the scene of Heliopolis that had been completely destroyed into space garbage. So easily, is it that fragile? Moo supported himself on the chair with both hands, floated to the big screen, and said softly with a hint of disbelief, Assault Gundam, please answer if you hear me. After the initial shock, Bucky Lulu immediately returned to her original job and contacted the Assault Gundam. This is Assault Gundam. I am Kira. Soon, Kira's reply came from the communication channel. Are you okay? Bucky Lulu let out a long breath and asked softly. Yes, Kira replied. Do you know the location of this place? Bucky Lulu continued. Yes. Quickly return. Can you come back? Bucky Lulu ordered, but then she remembered that she didn't know the current situation of the Assault Gundam, so she asked again. Yes, Kira replied affirmatively. After receiving the answer, Bucky Lulu immediately ended the communication. Hey, what should we do in this situation? At this time, Mu looked at Maul and asked. The ship is still in battle, Maul said. Then she turned to radar observation behind her and asked, Can you capture the activity of the Zaf ship? No, there are too many objects with heat in the wreckage. Neither radar nor thermal detection can detect them, radar observation replied. If we can't, then they must be the same. Sei Ito, who floated to Maul's side, said, Instead of wasting time thinking about other problems, it's better to retrieve the Assault Gundam as soon as possible, and then use the complicated situation after Heliopolis disintegrated to disguise ourselves as much as possible and quickly leave here. Although you are right, we have no chance of winning if we are attacked. Maul looked at Sei Ito and whispered. Chapter 350. Then if there's a battle, can we escape as fast as possible? This is a very good high-speed ship, Moose said from the side. The enemy also has a high-speed Nazca-class ship. It's not guaranteed that we can escape. Hearing Moo's question, Margaret turned to look at him and said with a serious expression, Then surrender obediently? Moo said softly, then looked at the surprised Margaret and chuckled. This is actually also a way. What did you say? Before Margaret could refute, Bakililu, who had just quieted down, said loudly with suppressed anger, Wait a minute. Who approved this? Second Lieutenant Bakililu, what's wrong? Margaret, who was puzzled by Bakililu's mood, asked aloud. The Assault Gundam has returned, but it also came back with a lifeboat. Bakililu looked up at Margaret and reported. What do you mean by not approved? Its thrusters are damaged and it's drifting. Why give up? There are refugees inside. Are you going to ignore it? Kira's incredulous voice came from the ship's communication channel. The rescue ship will be here soon. The Archangel is now in battle. How can it have time to receive refugees? Bakililu retorted. Forget it, approve it. Margaret was having a headache about the next itinerary of the Archangel. She didn't have time to waste here listening to the quarrel between Bakililu and Kira. She frowned and said in a low voice, Captain. Bucky Lulu looked at Maureen in surprise and also called out in a low voice. Don't waste time on this kind of thing now. Hurry up and retrieve it. Margaret first explained to Bakililu in a low voice. Then she ordered loudly. Yes, Captain. Since Margaret, as the captain, had already given the order as a subordinate, Bakililu, although she may not agree with it psychologically, it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. She immediately saluted Margaret. It seems that you did a good job changing your role. Sei Ito floated aside and said to Margaret, who was sitting in the captain's seat. Then he turned to look at the remains of Heliopolis on the screen and said, But there's not much time left. Like I said, escape in the chaos. Or do you want to surrender obediently like Moose said? You have to make a decision now. Hey, don't make it sound like I'm surrendering, Sei Ito said. Moo protested from the side. I understand. Although the current situation is dangerous, I have no intention of surrendering. This ship and the Assault Gundam cannot be handed over to Zaft. No matter what, we must bring them safely back to the Atlantic Federation headquarters. Captain, I suggest we go to Artemis Military Fortress. At this time, Bucky Lulu, who had completed the Gundam Containment Command, floated to Margaret's side after hearing her decision and said, Artemis? It's the military stronghold of Eulalia, right? Margaret confirmed. Do you mean Artemis Fortress with an umbrella? Moo asked in confusion. Bucky Lulu first nodded at Moo to answer his doubts, then looked at the space chart that was suddenly switched to by CIC on the screen directly in front of her and said, according to the route of this ship, that is the place where it is easiest to contact allies. But neither G nor this ship has an ally identification signal, and Eulalia also. Margaret expressed her concerns. Although Margaret and Artemis Fortress were military organizations under the Earth Federation, their respective affiliations were fundamentally different. The 5th Special Division, where Margaret was from, and the 7th and 8th Fleets, where Sei Ito and Mu were all under the Atlantic Federation, while Artemis Fortress belonged to the Eurasian Federation. The two sides had been at odds with each other since the beginning of the AD era. Even now, there was no end to the conspiracy between the two sides. If Bucky Lulu said to let Artemis fly there, it would be no different from delivering cooked meat to a hungry dog. Of course, I know very well that Artemis and Assault Gundam are the top secrets of the Atlantic Federation. But even if we choose the route to the moon, it is difficult to imagine that we will reach the destination without encountering a battle along the way. For us who set off in a hurry without completing the supplies, the first thing we need is to resupply, Bucky Lulu explained. I see. Hearing about supplies, Margaret also sighed with a headache. She raised her right hand and clenched her fist against her cheek. She said with her eyes closed, I believe that Eulalia can also understand our current situation. Now we must avoid fighting as much as possible, enter Artemis to resupply, and then get in touch with the moon headquarters. I think this is the most practical strategy at present, Bucky Lulu finally concluded. Artemis, I hope it will go according to our plan, Mu said with uncertainty. I don't think things will go according to what you said, Seito said in an affirmative tone when he heard them pin their hopes on uncertain allies. But this is the only way now. Although Margaret knew that Seito was telling the truth, in the absence of other options, Margaret had to agree with Bucky Lulu's proposal. Everyone in position, the bait is ready. At the same time, in order to correct the course to Artemis, the main engine will be injected. In order to prevent being discovered midway, the second combat equipment, the whole rotation will be completed in the shortest time possible. Since the decision was made, Margaret immediately ordered with the aura of a captain. Immediately, Seito and Bucky Lulu floated back to the artillery console and sat down. The others also began to work according to Margaret's orders. After a while, with Bucky Lulu's launch, the cabin of Artemis immediately shook violently. The 6 thrusters at the tail quickly turned around and applied the initial power. Then the main engine was turned off and the ship sneaked in the direction of Artemis. The course correction is complete. After a while, Arnold Newman, the helmsman of Artemis, said, all personnel change to the 3rd combat equipment. Pay attention to the surrounding situation. After receiving confirmation, Margaret immediately ordered loudly. Then, as soon as the standby order was finished, her body immediately relaxed, and she leaned back on the captain's chair and exhaled. I'm going to see how my MA is doing. Miraflag, who was sitting in the chair in front, got up from his seat after confirming that Artemis had entered stealth and nothing was wrong for the time being. He said as he floated out of the bridge, then I'll go back and rest too. Seito on the side also pressed down on the chair at this time and floated up. Lieutenant Seito. Bucky Lulu called out to Seito, who was about to float out. Huh? Seito supported himself with one hand. He stopped and looked at Bucky Lulu with a puzzled expression. Lieutenant Seito, you can see the current situation. Artemis is very short of manpower, so I hope you can take the responsibility of an officer and manage the warship well. Bucky Lulu looked at Seito with a serious expression. She said with a serious face, you mean you want me to manage the people outside? Seito raised his eyebrows and said, of course not. That kind of thing will naturally be handled by the subordinate officers. Bucky Lulu denied, then continued, I mean, during the battle, Lieutenant, can you come to the bridge and become a fire control officer? I see. Seito looked up and down at Bucky Lulu and suddenly smiled. but you are really a competent soldier, and I didn't notice it just now. Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, you are very beautiful. Lieutenant, it may be the first time that Bucky Lulu was praised by a young man who was also a soldier. Her cheeks immediately blushed, and she shouted, "Ha ha!" Sei Ito laughed, bent his hand on the wall, and quickly floated out of the bridge. "What are you looking at?" After Sei Ito left the bridge, Bucky Lulu immediately found that the other men in the bridge were looking at her, and she yelled at them with some embarrassment. After a day and a half of silent stealth, they could vaguely see Artemis' fortress hanging in space, protected by an irregular polygonal light shield composed of countless triangular light shields. A large heat source suddenly appeared on the thermal radar of Artemis. Enemy tracks found. Enemy tracks found. All personnel are in the first combat position. Those with military status are to take their positions immediately. The urgent alarm immediately sounded throughout the warship. It seems that we are near Artemis. I can collect information about the light shield and compare it with the radiation wave studied by Royd and Lakshata to see if they are the same thing. In the room assigned to Sei Ito, who used alchemy to create water and took a hot bath, then changed into the Earth Army uniform again. He walked out of the room to the bridge while thinking to himself. After a while, Sei Ito came to the bridge in a military uniform, just in time to hear Sei and others request to join the army to assist in the battle. After a brief discussion with Bucky Lulu, Maru agreed to the request of Sei and others and allowed them to join the army. "What's the situation?" Sei Ito, who stepped into the bridge, walked behind Bucky Lulu and asked aloud. "Not good. We are being attacked from the front and back." Before Bucky Lulu turned around to speak, Mu took the lead to answer Sei Ito's question. But Captain Flag seems to have thought of a way. After Mu finished speaking, Bucky Lulu said. Sei Ito heard this and looked at Mu. The latter shrugged at Sei Ito and said, "The plan is a bit risky. I hope it will succeed." Oh, Sei Ito saw that Mu didn't want to say anything, so he didn't intend to ask. He just recalled the plot of the battle in his mind and immediately knew Mu's battle plan. "I'll go prepare first," Mu said to Maru, Bucky Lulu, and Sei Ito, and flew out of the bridge. Less than a minute after Mu left, Sei and the others, who were wearing the Earth Army's uniform, floated in under the guidance of the Information Control Officer. After a simple greeting to the people in the bridge, they were assigned to the 4 positions of Information Controller, Deputy Helmsman, Radar Monitor, and Data Monitor according to their own choices. Then, under the guidance of Helmsman Arnold Newman, Information Controller Jackie Normara, and Radar Monitor Ramalpar, they quickly learned and mastered the work of their respective positions. After Sei and the others were familiar with the ship, Maru ordered everyone in position, start the main engine, and fire the special cannon at the same time. Target the Nazca-class battleship in front of us. Positron cannon, fire! Bucky Lulu, as the battle commander, immediately shouted. Then 2 thick scarlet beams of light with blue electric current flowing on the 2 outer layers of the Archangel shot straight into the distance. Along the way, all meteorites and garbage that blocked its path were annihilated into dust and disappeared under the great power of the positron beam. However, the Nazca-class battleship was too far away from the Archangel. Before the positron beam reached it, the battleship had already dodged and evaded. Then, the Holy Shield Gundam, painted red with PS armor, flew out of the Nazca-class battleship's entrance and hurried toward the Archangel. Correspondingly, the Archangel released the Assault Gundam as its last line of defense. At this time, a radar alarm suddenly beeped in the bridge. Ramalpar, who was the radar monitor, immediately said, 3 heat sources are approaching from behind. Distance 67, it's MS. Prepare for battle. Maru ordered in a deep voice. Missile launchers number 13 to number 24, increase the energy. Light Cannon Bariani, activate the main component and input the target data. Hurry up. Bucky Lulu immediately issued a series of orders in a concise and straightforward manner. Body identification, this is Rommelpar looked at the data displayed on the radar and said in shock, X-Series Dual Thunderbolt Storm. As soon as Rommelpar said this, everyone except Sei Ito was shocked. These bodies had just been taken away not long ago. In less than 48 hours, they were used in battle. What kind of technological strength and speed was this? All the stolen G-Series were used in battle? Maru muttered to herself in disbelief. Why are you all in a daze? Hurry up and fight. Are you waiting for them to sink? Sei Ito, who was a freelance cannoneer, frowned and shouted at everyone. Yes. After being shouted at by Sei Ito, Bucky Lulu immediately came back to her senses and responded loudly. Enemy MS, disperse. Rommelpar, who also came back to his senses, immediately shouted. Start preparing for battle. What is CIC doing? Maru ordered loudly. Laser aim. Missile launchers number 13 to number 18, fire. Bucky Lulu also changed the battle order according to the changes of the enemy. Just like this, under Bucky Lulu's orderly command, the Archangel and the Dual, Thunderbolt, and Storm Gundams flew at high speed. Among them, Sei Ito's performance as the cannoneer was particularly eye-catching. Most of the time, he used the cannoneer's attack to force back the threat of the three Gundams. Chapter 351. On the other side, although Kira, who was piloting the assault Gundam, also discovered that the Archangel was in danger, every time he wanted to operate the assault Gundam to return to the rescue, the Holy Shield Gundam opposite him would stop him and prevent him from returning to the Archangel. While the two Gundams were in a stalemate, several laser beams suddenly shot over, and then the Dual Gundam appeared near the two Gundams and launched a series of attacks on the assault Gundam. Without the help of the Dual Gundam, although the remaining Storm Gundam and Thunderbolt Gundam could still suppress the situation, they were not as strong as before. They were hit several times by the artillery operated by Sei Ito and the shells fired from the Archangel. If it were not for the protection of the PS armor, they would have died under this intensive attack. At this time, near the Nazca-class battleship, the MA, driven by Miraflag, was gliding stealthily, approaching the Nazca-class battleship at a constant speed. Then when the Nazca-class battleship adjusted its direction and adjusted the main cannon, it suddenly appeared under the Nazca-class battleship. Four auxiliary weapon boxes immediately dispersed from the rear of the MA and launched an attack on the Nazca-class battleship together with a linear gun under the nose of the MA. Even though the Nazca-class battleship responded in time, the MA, driven by Miraflag, still destroyed the right auxiliary engine. Then when the battleship vibrated and deviated, the MA used the emergency fixator on the MA to penetrate an outer wall of the Nazca-class battleship. It then turned around and flew back to the Archangel at a high speed. At this time, after Miraflag's successful operation was discovered on the radar, Maud immediately issued the order to charge the positron cannon and immediately launched it after charging. Two scarlet energy beams with blue electric arcs shot out from the front legs of the Archangel once again, annihilating countless meteorites and garbage along the way. They brushed past the left wing of the NASCAR-class battleship that was hastily dodging, leaving a huge wound on the battleship. Send a return signal to the assault Gundam. The Archangel is heading to Fortress Artemis at maximum speed. After confirming that the Nazca-class battleship in front of the road had deviated from the route due to damage, Maud immediately ordered in a hurry. Then the pink, white, and green signal flares representing the retreat signal were launched from the Archangel. He told Kira, who was fighting, to return to the Archangel. However, as the opponent of the assault Gundam, the Dual Gundam didn't want to let it go so easily. It continued to entangle the assault Gundam and engage it in battle. Immediately after, the Storm Gundam, which had received the order to retreat, immediately joined the battle when it discovered that the Dual Gundam was still in combat mode. Together with the Dual Gundam, it began attacking the Storm Gundam. That was it. Under the pincer attack of the Assault Gundam and the Storm Gundam, the Assault Gundam's already low energy reserves were quickly depleted. Without its energy supply, the PS armor immediately faded from the surface of the Assault Gundam's body, turning into a grayish appearance. Just when Kira thought that he was dead for sure and that the dual Gundam was bound to cut through the assault, the Holy Shield Gundam, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly changed from its original human form to a squid without 4 tentacles. Before the dual Gundam was about to cut through the assault, it suddenly grabbed the body of the Gundam and dodged the dual Gundam's attack. Then, it quickly flew in the direction of the Nazca-class warship. Kira, Mirialia exclaimed. It was caught. The assault Gundam was caught by the Holy Shield Gundam. The phase transfer armor has failed. The radar monitoring, combat control officer, and CIC communication control officer in the Archangel warship hurriedly reported. Inform Captain Flag. Tell him to try his best to save the assault Gundam from the enemy. Just when the others didn't know what to do, Ito immediately arranged according to the original plan. Captain Lamias, tell the crew to prepare the cannons, load them into the backpack, eject them through the launch port, and reload them in the universe. What? Both Margaret and Bucky-Lulu looked at Ito in shock. Beep, beep, beep at this moment. Mura and Flag's communication request came from the communication channel. The content was almost the same as Ito's. Seeing this, Bucky-Lulu and Margaret looked at each other and immediately agreed. They prepared according to Ito's instructions. Just as the Archangel was done with its preparations, Miraflag drove his MA to the vicinity of the Holy Shield Gundam. He launched an attack against it. The intensive and accurate attacks forced the Holy Shield Gundam to let go of the Assault Gundam in its hand and turn back into its human form to counterattack Flag's flag. After regaining its freedom, the Assault Gundam paused for a moment, then immediately flew toward the Archangel. Although the Dual Gundam and the Storm Gundam pursued the Assault Gundam, with the cover of the Archangel and Ito, the 2 Gundams couldn't get close to the Assault Gundam at all. They could only watch the Assault Gundam successfully reload and then use its high-energy linear cannons to madly fire at them without any targets. In the end, they had no choice but to obey the initial retreat order and flew back to the NASCAR-class warship. Phew! Looking at the 4 Gundams retreating on the screen, Margaret let out a long sigh and relaxed. Then she ordered everyone, withdraw Flag and Assault Gundam, full speed ahead to Artemis. CIC, send a request to Fortress Artemis to stay. Yes, everyone responded. My hands are stiff. Ito on the side released his hand from the cannon control console, got up, and floated to Margaret's side. He stretched his fingers while muttering to himself. Then he turned to look at Margaret and smiled. This battle command is good. You are becoming more and more like a captain. It seems that with you and Bucky-Lulu leading, it seems that returning to Earth is not an extravagant hope. Don't make fun of me. I was stunned when the Assault Gundam was snatched away. If it weren't for you and Captain Flag's plan, let alone saving the Assault Gundam, we might not even be able to win this battle. Margaret shook her head and said softly, reporting to Captain, Artemis has accepted our request to stay and said that an inspection ship will be sent immediately. At this time, the CIC on the side reported to Margaret loudly. I see, thank you. Margaret thanked him. Inspection ship? Ito repeated. What? Hearing Ito's repetition, Margaret looked up at Ito and asked in confusion. It seems that we are going to be prisoners for a while. Ito smiled at Margaret. Hearing this, Margaret frowned slightly and lowered her head to think. After a while, she picked up the internal phone next to the captain's seat and dialed the number of the maintenance squad. She said to the maintenance squad leader, Captain Kijirma, who answered on the other end, Captain Maddock, go and tell Kira to put a password lock on the Assault Gundam. I see. Maddock replied. Then, Malu hung up the phone, ending the short conversation. The battle just now exhausted me. I'm going back to my room to rest. You guys continue. Ito pretended to stretch his neck and shoulders and said exaggeratedly, Don't you want to see the inspectors from Artemis? Margaret asked as she looked at Ito, who was walking towards the door. No. Ito waved his hand. Then he left the bridge and disappeared behind the sensor door. More than 20 minutes later, a small transport spacecraft landed from the entrance at the front of the Archangel. Then 2 men, one tall and one short, walked out of the small spacecraft. They were led down to the bridge by a low-level officer of the Archangel who had been waiting there for a long time. They saw the neatly dressed Margaret Ramis and Natale Buckalulu. "Thank you for your hard work." Margaret and Buckalulu saluted the two officers who came in and said, "Thank you for accepting the request of the ship." While Marlowe and Buckalulu received the inspectors from Artemis Fortress, the Archangel also turned around and retreated into Artemis Fortress under the guidance of the light of the fortress's route. Artemis Fortress was a fortress built inside a huge meteorite on the border. Its exterior was wrapped and protected by the Eurasian Federation's unique lightwave defense belt. And because the lightwave defense belt not only had a physical defense effect, but it also had a strong defensive ability against beam weapons. Therefore, in several previous battles, it had withstood many attacks from Zaft without failing once. It had gained a great reputation on the battlefield and was known as Artemis of the Umbrella. Just when everyone on the ship thought that they were safe for the time being, the Archangel, which had just stopped in Artemis Fortress, was immediately surrounded by several specially equipped MAVs and a large number of soldiers in spacesuits and weapons. What is the meaning of this? Buckaloo turned her head abruptly and looked at the two Artemis Fortress officers beside her. She suppressed the anger in her heart and whispered, "Major." Although Margaret was reminded by Sei Ito in advance and was somewhat mentally prepared for the situation at this time. After witnessing the current situation with her own eyes, Margaret, like Buckaloo, still couldn't accept being stabbed in the back by her allies. "Don't be nervous. Please be quiet. Captain Ramis." The major beside Margot calmly glanced at Margot and said. Then these soldiers quickly floated to the landing entrance of the Archangel. One by one, they broke into the interior of the Archangel from the opened landing entrance. Then, in groups of several people, they scattered into the various passages, suppressing all possible resistance in the Archangel as quickly as possible. Chapter 352. Stop. In a corridor inside the Archangel, two heavily armed soldiers raised their guns and shouted at Sei Ito in the corridor. But before their voice fell, Sei Ito, who was pointed at by a gun, threw out two cold lights from his hand. Before the two soldiers could react, the cold lights shot into the middle of their eyebrows, leaving a faint red mark on them. The two soldiers who were shot by the cold lights immediately had their pupils dilated. They stood motionless and looked at Sei Ito, who was walking towards them in front of them. Sei Ito, who walked in front of the two soldiers, smiled slightly. He waved his hand and put one of the soldiers into the magic cube world. He scattered it into a pile of substances and poured it into the ground below, nourishing the plants on the ground. As for the remaining soldier, after Sei Ito stripped him of his space armor, he was also sent into the magic cube world, following in the footsteps of the previous soldier. Not bad, it fits quite well. Sei Ito, who put on the space armor, stretched out his hand, kicked his legs, and said to himself. Then he picked up the gun on the ground and moved towards the landing port of the Archangel. On the way, although he met other soldiers of Artemis Fortress who were performing suppression tasks from time to time, under the confusion of Sei Ito's psychic force, they all ignored Sei Ito's face, allowing him to slip out of the Archangel under their noses and come to Artemis Fortress. "Hey, which squad are you from?" Shortly after Sei Ito entered the fortress, a passing officer frowned and looked at Sei Ito, who passed by. Sei Ito turned his head and glanced at the officer in front of him in amazement. Then his powerful psychic force immediately swept towards him. Almost in an instant, the eyes of the other party began to roll unnaturally, and he fell to the ground, twitching all over. A white foam gushed out of his mouth. Then, Sei Ito recalled the man and continued to sneak into the fortress. However, with the previous example, Sei Ito naturally wouldn't swagger around. Instead, he pretended to be in a hurry and ran around the stronghold with his head lowered. In this way, even if he was seen by others, they wouldn't be able to see his appearance clearly because Ito-sei was too fast. Then, she thought that he was in a hurry and ignored his abnormality. After a few turns, Seito came to the interior of Artemis Fortress, in front of a huge room that he perceived with his psychic detection. He pushed the door open and walked in. "Which squad are you from? Why did you come in without knocking?" In the room, an officer looked up at Ito, who pushed the door open and frowned. This room was very small, about 40 square meters. In addition to the office desk and chairs used by the officer, there was a long sofa placed on the wall on the right side of the door. Diagonally opposite the long sofa, a brown double-opening wooden door was embedded in the wall. Obviously, this was a room like a secretary's reception room. Seito ignored the officer's question. Instead, he directly used his psychic detection to penetrate the other party's psychic defense and restrained him. Then he walked to the wooden door, pushed the door open, and walked in. Then a dim and empty rectangular room appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Several huge screens emitting fluorescent light were arranged side by side. On the innermost wall of the room, a burly middle-aged officer with a gloomy face was sitting in a chair with his back facing Seito. He looked at the optical image of the archangel displayed on the screen. "Huh? Who are you?" Hearing the sound of the door, the officer turned around and questioned Seito, who was dressed as a soldier. "Major General Garcia?" Seito reached out and closed the door, pointed his gun at the officer, and asked while walking toward him, "Who are you?" The officer didn't answer Seito's question. Instead, he still stared at Seito and questioned. At the same time, his right hand quietly reached out to the table and was about to pick up the remote control on the table to call the guards. But just when his hand was about to touch the remote control, Seito suddenly pulled the trigger. With a crisp gunshot, the bullet immediately hit the table next to his finger. The sparks from the impact were so hot that he instinctively retracted his hand. "We don't have much time, so I won't talk nonsense. I hope you can cooperate." Seito, who walked in front of the officer, put the gun on the officer's head and said softly, then quickly released his spiritual force. With his eyes, hand movements, and mouth movements, he hypnotized the officer. Under this multi-influence hypnosis, the officer's expression quickly became confused. He stared blankly at Seito in front of him. "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party was in the zone, Ito withdrew his gun and asked, "I am Major General Garcia, Major General of the Joint Forces, the person in charge of Fort Artemis." The officer stated mechanically, "It's good that it's you." Seito first whispered to himself, then ordered, "Find me the technical information of the light wave defense belt and make a copy." "Yes." Garcia responded, operated the computer in front of him, connected to the main control computer inside Artemis, and used his authority to pull up the information. "Okay," Garcia said. "Okay." Seito nodded slightly, then walked to Garcia's side, took out a quantum notebook, connected it to the computer on the desktop, and began to transfer data. Just when 1% of the data was transferred, there was a sudden knock on the door. Seito, who was backing up the data, frowned and quickly paused the data transfer. He temporarily restored a part of Garcia's personality, then quickly retreated to a dark corner and hid. "Come in." Garcia, who restored a part of his personality, said as usual, "Major General, the 3 officers on the unmarked warship have been brought here." With the sound of the door, a male officer came in with Marlene, Buckaloo, and Moo. He waited in front of Garcia and saluted. "You can leave first." Garcia nodded and let the man leave. Then Marlene, Buckaloo, and Moo introduced themselves to Garcia as they did when they first met. They truthfully said their names, affiliations, and military registration number. Captain Marlene Mias, Captain Euroflag, Second Lieutenant Natal Buckaloo. Indeed, your identities do belong to the Atlantic Federation. According to the self-introduction of the 3, Garcia used the internal system of the Joint Army to retrieve the information of the 3, then looked up at the 3 and said, "I'm very sorry to have troubled you." Moo said apologetically, "It's nothing." Garcia put his hands on the table in front of him and said in a gentle tone, "I've heard a little about your glorious record. I also participated in the battle on the Grimaldi front like you." "Ah, you were under the command of Brigadier General Mivet?" Mu didn't expect the general in front of him to have participated in the battle on Grimaldi like him. He was a little surprised. Yes, although we were defeated in the end, your record of knocking down 5 Xeon warships also gave us a lot of encouragement, Garcia said. Thank you for the compliment, Mu said modestly. However, I really didn't expect you to appear with that ship, Garcia said meaningfully. It's because of a special mission. But I'm very sorry, I can't disclose the details, Mu said apologetically. I see, Garcia said understandingly, then changed the topic. However, it's difficult for us to accept your explanation immediately. We must hurry to the Moon headquarters as soon as possible, and the Zaft warship is still chasing us. Marlene, who had been listening to Mu and Garcia's conversation, suddenly said. Zaft, Garcia repeated and reached out to press the remote control on the table. The big screen behind him immediately showed the situation outside Fort Artemis. A Laurasia-class MS carrier ship appeared on the screen and approached Fort Artemis. As you can see, it has been loitering outside since a while ago. Garcia turned his chair and said to the big screen behind him, Don't worry, that warship won't pose a threat here. Then he turned to Marlene and the other two and said, And even if you finish resupplying, you can't go out. But if we continue to stay here, it may cause damage to the fortress, Mu said. Garcia laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. After the laughter stopped, he said arrogantly, Damage? Are you talking about Artemis? They are powerless and will definitely leave obediently in the end. This is a common occurrence. But, Commander, Mu still wanted to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by Garcia. He said, Anyway, you should go and rest first. It seems that you are also very tired. I will ask someone to prepare a room for you. Then he pressed the remote control and called a soldier who stayed outside the secretary's office to take the 3 helplessly out of the command room. After they left, Sei Ito, who had been hiding in the dark corner, stepped out of the shadows and walked to Garcia's side. He regained control of Garcia's personality, connected the 2 computers again, and began to transfer data. Anyway, this fortress is going to die in the end. When the data is finished, I will see what materials are stored in the fortress, then pack them all up and take them away. Seito looked at the progress displayed on the computer screen and said in his mind. About 2 minutes later, with a beep sound from the computer, all the technical information of the Lightwave Defense Belt was finally received. Seito operated the computer in front of him for a few times, then put away the computer that was turned off again. Show me the situation of the materials in the fortress and the storage location. Also, show me the 2D route map. Seito ordered Garcia. Chapter 353. Yes. Major General Garcia responded. His hands quickly typed on the computer in front of him, and then a modeling drawing with various information appeared in front of Seito's eyes. It's too shabby. Except for living supplies and weapons and ammunition, there's nothing good. Seito looked at the drawing information on the screen and muttered disdainfully. But forget it, no matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it will only turn into dust if I leave it here. I'll reluctantly accept it. Then, Seito gave Garcia a related order, turned around, and left the command room. Boom! The sound of the wooden door closing was like a thunderclap, immediately waking up the confused Garcia. He looked around with some confusion and muttered to himself. What happened to me just now? After leaving the command room, Seito quickly came to the material warehouse of Artemis Fortress according to the route in his memory. Before the soldiers guarding the door could react, he killed them and threw them into the cube world, then went into the warehouse and looted the materials inside. After a while, Seito, who had finished looting the living supplies, closed the warehouse door, turned around, and ran to the weapons and ammunition warehouse. Then, just like in front of the living supplies warehouse, he first killed the soldiers guarding the warehouse, then immediately looted the materials inside. Since there is nothing worth collecting in this broken fortress, then let's rescue the 3 of them. Seito thought as he walked out of the weapons warehouse. Then, he turned around and rushed to the reception area in his memory. It didn't take long for Sei Ito to arrive at the reception area. After a brief scan with his mental power, he found the place where the three of them were imprisoned. Then, following the guidance of his mental power, he came to the corridor where the room was located and walked over with his head lowered. Looking at the suspicious Sei Ito who suddenly appeared, the two soldiers assigned to guard the three of them immediately raised the machine guns in their hands and aimed at Sei Ito, who was approaching them at a constant speed. Immediately afterward, Sei Ito, who had been walking at a constant speed, stomped his feet and rushed out. When the two soldiers instinctively opened fire to attack, he suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared from their sight. In an instant, he appeared in front of the two soldiers. Two palms grabbed the front of the two soldiers' faces and activated disintegration. Ah! A series of short screams suddenly rang out. The two soldiers struggled violently for a few seconds before they suddenly relaxed. They fell softly to the ground, then fell from Sei Ito's hands. After doing all this, Sei Ito did not look at the two soldiers on the ground. He grabbed the two light machine guns with his feet, then he kicked the dark brown solid wooden door in front of him. A crisp sound of the wooden door, of the door. It seems that the three of you are very free. You didn't forget to do military training in the room. Sei Ito walked into the room and teased Margot, Mu, and Bujuluru, who were doing emergency shelter in the room. Lieutenant Sei Ito, Margot, and Bujuluru stood up from behind the bunker and looked at Sei Ito in surprise. They exclaimed, "You came in a hurry." Mu walked out from behind the overturned sofa and smiled at Sei Ito. "Take it. You should know how to use this." Sei Ito threw a light machine gun to Mu. "Of course," Mushan said with a smile as he grabbed the light machine gun that was thrown over. He skillfully checked the gun's condition. "As long as you know how to use it. Let's go." Sei Ito nodded and turned to walk out. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Bujuluru frowned and whispered, "After all, the other party is an ally." "Ally? The other party didn't treat us as allies." Ito Sei sneered with a sneer and then continued to walk out without stopping. Behind him, Mu and Margot followed without hesitation, and finally, Bujulu, who saw that no one was paying attention to her, also followed. "By the way, how did you get out? And what's the situation on the Archangel?" Margot asked Sei Ito in front of her. "Look at my clothes, and you will know how I got out." Sei Ito turned his head and pointed to his clothes with his empty hand. As for the Archangel, everyone was gathered in the dining hall. No one was in danger until I came out. As for after I left, I don't know. By the way, what are we going to do now? After Sei Ito answered Margot's question, Bujuluru asked, "Of course, we are going back to the Archangel. You don't expect the four of us to suppress a military base." Sei Ito looked at Bujuluru in surprise. "I mean, we don't have to go and get assault." Bujuluru quickly explained. "When we get back to the Archangel, we can do that at any time," Moose said. Just as the four of them were talking, a soldier happened to walk into the corridor they were in, yawning and walking in. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately raised his hand and shot at the soldier without thinking. In the crisp sound of the gunshot, the yawning soldier's body leaned back and fell down. "Let's go." After shooting the soldier, Sei Ito quickly said, then took the lead and ran forward. Margot and the other two heard this and immediately followed without stopping. But just as they were about to reach the port, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in Artemisia, and a strong shaking like an earthquake instantly occurred in Artemisia Fortress, forcing Sei Ito and the others to stop temporarily. "Attack!" Feeling the vibration on the ground, Mu looked in the direction of the explosion and said, "It seems that Zaf did it," Sei Ito said. "How come?" Bujuluru said with a frown. "Any powerful defense will be breached one day, not to mention that Artemisia's umbrella is not always open." "What's so strange about being attacked?" Sei Ito replied and continued to run to the port with Margot and the other two who had adapted to the vibration. However, because of the impact of the attack, not many people came to chase them. Even if they found them, most of them would die under Sei Ito's gun. So soon, the four of them ran out of the base and came to the port. That's a Thunderbolt Gundam. As soon as they ran out of the base, Bujiluru immediately saw the Thunderbolt Gundam flying into the port and exclaimed, "Boom!" The Thunderbolt Gundam used its beam sword to cut down an unmanned special type MA. Then, without stopping, it rushed towards several other defense settings, and then easily destroyed them, then rushed toward the defenseless Archangel. "Archangel," Margot said worriedly. Just as her voice fell, an assault Gundam equipped with a sword flew out from the other side of Artemisia Fortress. She immediately used a fixed lock to block the Thunderbolt Gundam's attack, and then held a sword to fight with the Thunderbolt Gundam. Seeing the opportunity, the four of them didn't hesitate and immediately ran into the port through the passage. They boarded the Archangel and went straight back to the bridge. They heard Margot, who just sat in the captain's seat, say, "We can't fight here, Archangel, depart." Following Margot's order, the silent Archangel's main engine quickly started. It pulled the Archangel out of the fixed steel cable and turned around to float in the spaceport. "Tell the assault Gundam to come back quickly. We'll rush out from the opposite port," Margot ordered. "Yes." As the communication officer between the MA and MS, Mirialia immediately contacted the assault Gundam after answering. "Tell Kira to return to the ship." Kira, who received the order, hesitated for a moment before decisively abandoning the Thunderbolt Gundam that was fighting. He returned to the middle section of the Archangel and squatted down with his hands on the ground. Although the opponent of the assault Gundam wanted to chase after the assault Gundam, a huge explosion happened beside it. The rising fireball immediately blocked it. "Assault Gundam landing ship," Bujiluru immediately reported. "Archangel, depart at maximum speed," Margot immediately ordered. In an instant, the 6 thrusters at the tail of the originally suspended Archangel spewed out blue flames at the same time, pushing the Archangel quickly out of the exploding Artemis Fortress. The moment the Archangel rushed out of the fortress, Artemis Fortress finally exploded violently in the continuous chain of explosions, causing the fortress known as the Artemis Umbrella to completely turn into ruins and cosmic garbage in the explosion. It was also because of the explosion. The Thunderbolt Gundam, as well as the Storm and Dual Gundam that followed, couldn't catch the shadow of the Archangel and could only let it escape under their eyes. It has been confirmed again. There are no signs of enemy ships within a 5-kilometer radius. We seem to have completely gotten rid of them. The radar monitor, Rommelpar, carefully confirmed the radar data twice and said, "It seems that the explosion of Artemis allowed us to get rid of the enemy. We should thank them for this." Mu, who was sitting in the deputy seat, turned his chair and joked to Margot. "Although this is true, and it is indeed a good thing to get rid of the Laurasian-class battleship, the problems on our side have not been solved," Margot said with a sad look. Everyone knew what the problem Margot was referring to, but they really didn't have a good solution for the time being. Of course, if Sei Ito was willing to help, it would be a different story, but Sei Ito, who knew that the problem would be solved in a few days, naturally would not show his uniqueness at this time, so he was silent like everyone else. "Okay, everyone go rest." Margot looked at the atmosphere on the bridge that became heavy because of her words, and she quickly put on a relaxed expression and said, "Then I'll go first." Sei Ito immediately replied, "Well, thank you for your hard work today." Margot looked at Sei Ito, who floated up from his seat, and thanked him. "It's not easy to get a word of thanks from you, Captain Margot." Sei Ito smiled at Margot, then turned around and floated out of the bridge. From that day onwards, the Archangel announced an order to limit the use of water to deal with the predicament of gradually running out of supplies. A few days later, on February 2nd, CE 71, less than half a day away from the asteroid belt that was the universe's garbage dump, Margot, as the captain, summoned Sei Ito, Kira, Sei Dole, Kaz, Mirialia, and the insignificant Flay to the bridge. This time I called everyone here, mainly to talk about supplies. In the bridge, Mu, who was standing next to Margot, said, "Supplies?" Dole said in confusion, "Can we proceed? Where is it?" Sei quickly asked, "Instead of saying that we can proceed, it's better to say that we can replenish at any time." Mu said with an embarrassed expression. We have no other choice now, so we're heading to the asteroid belt. Margot, who was sitting in the captain's seat, said. Asteroid belt? Dole looked at Margot in confusion again. Heading to the asteroid belt, could it be? She suddenly thought of something and looked at Mu in disbelief. You're quite smart, Mu praised in a relaxed tone. The asteroid belt has all kinds of things drifting in space. Of course, there will be battleships that were destroyed in battle. Margot explained to Dole and the other students, who were confused. Don't tell me you want us to resupply there? Dower asked in surprise. There's no other way. If we don't do this, we won't be able to last much longer. Mu immediately explained. I want you to use a working ship to help move the supplies. Is that okay? Margot told the students why she gathered them. Actually, we don't want to force you, but we have no other choice. This is also for us to continue surviving. Bucky and Lulu once again explained the motive of this action to dispel the negative emotions in Kira and the others. We don't want to take away the things of the people who have already died. We just want to ask them to give us some things that we will definitely use now. Margot finally said softly. With Margot, Mu, and Bot-class Lulu's repeated explanations, the students, who had labeled their actions as for survival, followed the previously agreed-upon plan. Under the leadership of Sei Ito, they piloted the working ship to the asteroid belt. The floating space debris, the wreckage left behind after the explosion of spaceships, and the relics left behind after the death of humans were instantly reflected in the eyes of Kira and the other students who had been living in an ivory tower. It deeply stimulated their weak hearts that had not been baptized by the flames of war and death, causing them to unconsciously stop the ship. Chapter 354. Seito clearly felt the emotional changes in Kira and the others through his spiritual perception, but Seito didn't care much about it. He just waited quietly for them to recover from their depressed emotions. However, Sai and the others were newbies who had experienced the battle with Artemis. Their willpower was stronger than ordinary people's. So after a while, they recovered from their depressed mood and silently carried out the task of collecting the loot. After a long while, apart from finding some usable metals, Seito and the others didn't find the water that the Archangel urgently needed. They had to drive the work ship back to the Archangel and truthfully report the results of the search to Margot. Is that so? It seems that we have to go there in the end. Margot sighed and said in a low voice. Where? Sei asked with a frown. After the previous incident in the Stone Belt, he was now quite sensitive to the supply location mentioned by Margot and the others. The remains of Yinu's 7. Mu said, There's water there? Are you serious? Hearing Mu mention the location of the water source, Kira immediately yelled out in a loud and emotional voice. There are nearly 100 million tons of frozen water there. Bucky Lulu on the side said truthfully. But you also saw it. That's the place where hundreds of thousands of people died in. Kira still said excitedly. We only found water there. Margot stated in a slightly helpless voice. I know not everyone can accept it, but we really found water there. Mu followed up. Especially when talking about water, he deliberately emphasized it with a somewhat hoarse voice. Then, after everyone was silent, he continued, We also don't want to set foot in that place as much as possible. But there's no other way, we're still alive. In other words, we really do need water to continue to survive. At the end of the sentence, Mu's mood became a little bit agitated. Looking at Mu, whose voice was a little hoarse, Kira and the others recalled the various inconveniences caused by the lack of water in the past few days. They fell silent and tacitly agreed with Mu's words and the plan to get water from the remains of Yinu's 7. Then, the unified Archangel turned around and flew towards the wreckage of Yinu's 7. At the same time, inside the Archangel, Mirialia proposed that Sei and the others participate together. They began to fold paper flowers. Paper flowers? Sei Ito, who passed by the dormitory, looked at the people folding paper flowers in the room and said, Captain Sei Ito. Sei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and watching Mirialia teach a 5- or 6-year-old girl how to fold paper flowers, immediately looked up immediately after hearing Sei's voice. I didn't know that people would fold things from before the AD era. Sei walked into the room and sat opposite them. He picked up a piece of colored square paper and folded it skillfully while speaking. I saw it by chance when I was surfing the internet. I felt that it was very novel, so I memorized the folding method. Mirialia smiled and explained to Sei. Oh, Sei nodded and put the paper flower that he had just folded on the bed beside him. Then he picked up another piece of paper and folded it again. Soon, a green paper frog appeared in Ito's palm, and he handed it to the little girl. Here you go, Ito said with a smile. Thank you, big brother. The little girl happily took the frog from Ito and smiled sweetly. Seeing this, Ito reached out and gently rubbed the little girl's head. He chuckled. So cute. Then he got up and said to the people who were folding paper flowers, You can continue. Then he turned around and left the dormitory. He returned to his room to rest. It was February 3rd in the blink of an eye. After half a day of sailing, the Archangel finally arrived at the remains of Unus 7 and stopped near it. Then, Myalia, in a spacesuit, held a large pile of paper flowers that she and Sei had folded overnight. She stood silently on a wreckage platform for a moment. Then she threw her hands forward, and a large number of paper flowers flew out. They floated in the wreckage of Unus 7, adding a different color to the lonely, cold wreckage. After a short mourning ceremony, Margaret and others returned to the appearance of soldiers, commanding the people to cut the ice in Unus 7. However, because the task this time was relatively heavy, in addition to the necessary personnel in the ship, even most of the staff in the bridge were sent out. It was just that the people who thought they would successfully complete the collection task were finally discovered by a reconnaissance MS. However, when it launched an attack on the work ship, it was immediately destroyed by the hidden Gundam piloted by Kira. At the same time, this was also the first time Kira had killed someone subjectively since he piloted the Gundam. It had a great impact on Kira's psychological state. But before he could vent his pain, the radar in the cockpit rang again, and then a lifeboat appeared in front of Kira's eyes. He picked it up without any military consciousness. Naturally, because of the sudden appearance of the MS, everyone had to end the collection task early and return to the Archangel. Fortunately, although the collection task ended early, the total amount of ice collected was enough to support the Archangel until it returned to the interior of the Earth. There was no need to worry about the lack of water supply. Is this the girl Kira picked up? Ito, who walked into the room with Margaret, Moo, and Buggy Lulu, looked at the girl who was wearing a white collared tunic and a dark blue skirt. She had long pink hair that reached her back and buttocks. She looked less than 18 years old. She was sitting on a chair with a small pink ball machine in her hands. Yes. Buggy Lulu, who was standing next to Ito, said with certainty. Your name is... At this time, Margaret, who had sat opposite the girl, asked in a very gentle tone. Thank you for picking up my lifeboat. I'm Lux Klein. The girl first politely thanked the Archangel for its rescue, then introduced herself in a low voice. Lux, Hero. As soon as Lux's voice fell, the pink mechanical ball in her hand immediately screamed, and the two ear-like discs on both sides flapped quickly. This is my good friend, Hero. Lux innocently raised Hero in front of her and introduced her to everyone with a smile. Really, looking at Lux's performance, Margaret and Moo sighed helplessly as if they had a headache. She's so naive, she's really good at it. Sei thought to himself as he looked at Lux, who was sitting there innocently. Then, he looked at Maui and Moo, who were having a headache. At this time, Lux suddenly asked Ito curiously, Are you also an officer? Yes, how is it? I'm very good, right? Seeing Lux's attention on him, Ito found it funny from the bottom of his heart. Then he put on a rather narcissistic look with one hand on his waist and the other on his thumb pointing at himself. He leaned over and smiled foolishly in front of Lux. At the same time, Ito thought to himself, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Very good. The corner of Lux's mouth twitched subtly, but she still had a naive look on her face as she praised. Right? Hearing Lakis's praise, Ito-sei immediately reached out and patted her on the shoulder, laughing with a complacent look. Lux, who was patted on the shoulder, tried her best to play along as she smiled at Seito. Lieutenant Seito. Bujula looked at Seito's exaggerated look and reminded him with a frown. I know. Seito pretended to be annoyed and waved his hand. He lowered his head and smiled at Lux beside him. Hey Lux, since I'm so good, do you want to be my girlfriend? I already have a fiancé. Lux suddenly felt that she had made a mistake by focusing on Seito, but she had no excuse to get rid of him now, so she could only continue to pretend to be innocent. Huh? How old are you? You have a fiancé so early? Seito pretended to be surprised. Plant has a forced marriage law, so they will choose a person of the opposite sex as their fiancé according to their genetic sequence when they are very young. Although Mu didn't know why Seito was acting like this, he still explained cooperatively. Is that so? That's too inhumane. How can marriage be forced? Seito waved his hand angrily and said loudly, Lieutenant Seito. But Buggy Lulu on the side couldn't stand Ito-sei's behavior, which damaged the image of a soldier, and loudly reminded him, Hey Lux, don't care about that stupid forced marriage law. Date me. Seito reached out and held Lux's tender hand with both hands as he stared at Lux and said, Lux's smile was a little stiff. It was her first time meeting this kind of guy. She really had no experience dealing with this kind of person, so she could only helplessly look at the others for help. Okay, Lieutenant Seito. Margaret was soft-hearted after all. When she saw Lux's pleading look, she immediately got up from her seat and pulled Seito up. She then said to Lux, Sorry to disturb you. Then, she dragged Seito out of the room with an unwilling look on his face. Chapter 355. Phew, I'm exhausted. When the door behind him closed, Seito, who had been reluctant, immediately let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. Lieutenant Seito, were you pretending just now? Bucky Lulu looked at Seito, who suddenly returned to normal in surprise. In her impression, soldiers should be serious and decent. They should not be like Ito-sei, who had no image at all. Of course, I'm not so infatuated that I want to date someone after seeing them once. Seito rolled his eyes at Bucky Lulu and said. Then he turned around, and his eyes moved back and forth between Bucky Lulu and Margaret a few times. When the two of them were confused, he suddenly reached out and held one of Margaret's and Bucky Lulu's hands. He said with a serious look, and there's Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu and Captain Margaret beside me. You two are so beautiful women who attract me. How can I pursue a little girl who I've only seen once and whose figure is obviously not fully developed yet? Mu looked at Seito in astonishment. He raised his head and patted his forehead with a speechless look. Lieutenant Seito. After a brief moment of astonishment, Margaret, who reacted, quickly pulled her hand out of Seito's palm. Her face was a little red with embarrassment as she shouted loudly, Lieutenant Seito, please respect yourself. Hearing Margaret shout, Bucky Lulu also recovered at this time. She pulled her hand out of Seito's palm in a panic, turned her head to the side with a blushing face, and said, It was just that there were some changes in her voice, and it was not as straightforward as before. Say it. What was your intention for doing that just now? Mu on the side really didn't want to see Seito seduce Margaret and Bucky Lulu in front of him, so he quickly talked about business and blew away the strange atmosphere that pervaded the scene. Sure enough, as soon as Mu spoke, Margot and Bujalaru's attention was immediately attracted. They looked at Seito and waited for his explanation. Let's talk as we walk. Seito glanced at Mu. Then he looked at the metal door that was still tightly shut and said to the other three, Okay. Malu nodded in agreement. Then the four of them walked towards the bridge. Did you guys notice Lux's surname when she introduced herself? On the way, Seito didn't immediately explain why he had pretended to be like that. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Surname? Margaret asked doubtfully. Klein. Seito asked. Mu muttered thoughtfully. Klein. The problem is, Buggy Lulu said in surprise. Are you talking about the chairman of Plant, Siegel Klein? That little girl named Lux has something to do with him? At this time, Margot also realized what was going on and said in surprise. But if Lux is related to Chairman Klein, then why is she here? Buggy Lulu asked with a frown. Don't forget what month it is now. Where's this place? Saito guided. February, Eunice the 7th. Margot fell silent as she spoke. Are they here to pay tribute to the dead? Moo looked up at the metal ceiling above the corridor and sighed softly. If Lux is really related to Chairman Klein of Plant, we shouldn't leave like this. Instead, we should continue to interrogate her. Buggy Lulu stopped and said to Saito and the other two, forget it. It's not too late to interrogate her after we finish our work. Saito said. Okay. Buggy Lulu was silent for a moment, then nodded and agreed. She returned to the bridge with the other three and began the follow-up work. After some work, Archangel completed all the planned tasks, started the main engine again, turned around, and flew toward Earth. After finishing their work, Margot, Buggy Lulu, and Moo once again found Lux and interrogated her. As for Saito, because of his previous performance, in order not to ruin the image he left for Lux, he didn't participate in the interrogation this time. After some conversation, Margot and the other two finally confirmed Lux's identity. She was the only daughter of Plant's chairman, Siegel Klein. At the same time, they also knew why she was here and why she boarded the lifeboat. That Earth military spaceship appeared at such a coincidence. After listening to Margot and the other two, Saito said. Hearing Saito's words, Moo, Margot, and Buggy Lulu looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. Okay, I should go see Lux. Otherwise, wouldn't my previous act be in vain? Saito supported himself with his hand and floated toward the door as he spoke. Lieutenant Saito, that's not good. Buggy Lulu turned around and looked at Saito with a frown. What's not good about it? Just treat it as surveillance. After all, that little girl is at the level of surveillance, right? Saito turned around and smiled at Buggy Lulu. Then, he disappeared behind the sensor door. Just as Saito was heading toward Lux's room, the sound of an argument came from the cafeteria that he was about to pass by. You're not a soldier, right? Then I should be the same as you. Lux said calmly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am... Wait, no, stop. Flay said emotionally. Are you kidding me? Why should I shake hands with someone like you? You're an adjuster. Don't come closer. As expected of Lux, she's sowing discord without leaving any traces behind. Flay is the one who planted the seed in Kira's heart. What a brilliant method. Saito sighed inwardly as he walked to the cafeteria's entrance. Then, he straightened his thoughts and said to the people in the cafeteria, What are you arguing about? Lieutenant Saito. Kira turned to look at Saito and softly called out. That! Lux's heart skipped a beat when she saw Saito walk in. However, she maintained her composure and said innocently, I just want to drink a cup of water. Water, is it? Saito nodded and called out to Mirialia. Mirialia, get her a cup of water. Oh, yes. Mirialia stared blankly for a moment before quickly coming to her senses. She walked around Flay, who had turned her head to the side ever since Ito Say entered, and went to the dining table to pour a cup of water for Lakis. Then, she walked to Lakis' side and handed the cup to her. Thank you. Lux took the cup with both hands and smiled amiably at Mirialia. Since you've gotten the water, let's go back, Saito said to Lux. Okay. Lux nodded in agreement. That, Lieutenant Saito, this is Lux's dinner. Look. Mirialia took out a tray from the side and looked at Saito. All right, leave it to me. Saito spoke before Kira could speak. Then, he slowly walked to Mirialia and took the tray. He turned to Lux and said, Let's go. Then, Saito and Lux walked back to Lux's room. Can I only stay here again? Lux asked softly as she watched Saito put the food on the small table. Yes. Saito turned to Lux and smiled. This can't be helped. After all, your identity is too special. So boring, Lux said dejectedly. Actually, If you're bored, you can come find me. I can come and accompany you anytime. Ito Senari approached Lakis, grabbed Lakis's hands, and held them in front of his chest, and said with a smile, Can you let go of me? You're making things difficult for me. Lux said softly with an expression that said, I'm in a difficult position, but I don't have the heart to reject you for fear of hurting you. Sorry. Seito cooperatively let go of her hands and took a step back. Phew. Lux secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she innocently said to Seito, Can you tell me about yourself? You're willing to listen to me? That's great. Seito said loudly as if he was very happy. Then, he walked to a chair at the side and sat down. He said to Lux, who was still standing in front of him, Quick, sit down and listen to me. Then, Itsunari began to talk to Lux, who was sitting on a chair with a serious look on her face. Of course, the content was fabricated, such as not wetting the bed at 3 years old, learning at 5 years old, joining the army at 18 years old, and becoming an officer at 20 years old. In short, Seito used his extensive reading of web novels to make up a very unique story to fool Lux. However, Lux was Lux after all. Even though her face was stiff and the corners of her mouth were secretly twitching, she still put on an expression that said, You're amazing, and cooperated with Seito. Seito couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw Lux like this. Hee, now you know how amazing I am, Seito said loudly with a smile as he puffed out his chest after he finished telling the story. Yeah, I didn't expect your life to be so colorful, Lux said with an envious expression. You don't have to be envious. As long as you become my girlfriend in the future, I'll definitely let you live an even more colorful life than that, Seito said as he stared at Lux with a burning gaze. Mr. Seito, Lux called out. Didn't we agree that you can just call me Seito? Seito pretended to be unhappy. Sorry, Seito. I'm a little hungry. Lux looked embarrassed as she changed the topic. It's all my fault. I didn't notice that you haven't eaten yet. I'm really sorry, Lux, Seito said apologetically. Then, he got up and said, Then you eat first. I have something to do anyway, so I'll be leaving first. See you next time, Lux. After saying that, he left Lux's room and disappeared outside the door. Chapter 356. Yo, Kira, Seito, who had just walked out of Lux's room, called out to Kira, who was loitering outside the door. Lieutenant Seito. Kira hurriedly put away the expression on his face when he heard the greeting and called out softly, Are you looking for Lux? Seito tapped his feet lightly and floated in front of Kira. Yes, Kira nodded honestly and admitted. I understand. Seito sized up Kira in front of him, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Then he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Kira's neck and whispered into his ear, Then I won't disturb you. Remember to work hard. I believe that with the help of the peach blossom talismans I sold, you'll definitely be able to get a girl. After saying that, he let go of his arm around Kira's neck and turned around to float towards a bridge. Kira, who was blushing from Seito's teasing, wanted to explain, but when he saw Seito quickly float away, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He stayed silent on the spot for a while, then floated to Lux's room, opened the door, and walked in. Since that day, Seito would basically find some time to run to Lux's room every day and pretend to be an idiot to tease her. During that time, he would reach out and grab her little hand to take advantage of her, causing Lux, who had been pretending to be innocent, to suffer greatly. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Seito and Kira chatting happily, but with Kira's easily shy personality, he would take the initiative to leave every time he saw Seito, completely unconsciously creating opportunities for Seito to tease Lux. This is the signal sent by the 8th Fleet. Just as Seito was sitting in the bridge and doing his duty out of boredom, the CIC communicator beside him suddenly shouted, Is that right? Margaret hurriedly got up from the captain's seat and floated to the CIC behind her and asked anxiously, It can't be wrong. This is the signal wavelength of the 8th Fleet of the Earth Corps. The CIC confidently said, Can you trace it? Hearing the CIC's words, Bucky Lulu also floated up from her seat and quickly went around Sei Ito to the CIC's side and asked anxiously. I'm trying, the CIC said. Begin deciphering. Under the nervous gaze of Margaret and Bucky Lulu, the CIC, who had just quieted down, spoke again. Shasha. This is Shasha. Vanguard. 8th Fleet. Shasha. Commander Monty. Shasha. Archangel. Please answer. A man's voice came out of the communicator. It's Commander Harberton's troops, Margaret said excitedly. After hearing Margaret's words, all the personnel on duty in the bridge were excited. One after another, they flew out from their posts and gathered beside CIC. Are they looking for us? Is it Major Monty's team? That's great. And SSS. The CIC quickly operated the communicator a few times and used professional knowledge to determine the specific location of the signal transmission source, then said, There's still some distance away from us. But as long as we meet smoothly, we can finally rest assured, the staff said nonchalantly. Not long after receiving the communication, the news that they were about to meet with the advance team quickly spread among the soldiers and civilians on the Archangel. The depressing atmosphere caused by the escape in the past few days immediately became lively. In the excitement of everyone on the Archangel, the next day came in the blink of an eye, which was February 7th. At this time, the distance between the Archangel and the advance team was not far, and the two could finally communicate in real time, as usual. The fleet will arrive at the rendezvous location at the scheduled time. After the rendezvous, the Archangel will meet with the main force at the designated location under the command of the fleet. On the screen, the head of the advance team, Major Monty, said to everyone, We will be there soon. I wish you all a safe arrival. I'm George Alstar, the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Confederation. After Major Monty finished speaking, the screen suddenly expanded. A man in a suit next to him appeared in front of everyone's eyes, only to hear him say, First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for your efforts in saving the civilians. I was pleasantly surprised to find my daughter Frey's name on the list of civilians. I hope to meet her now. George Alstar had just finished his words. Before everyone on the Archangel recovered from the shock, Major Monty, next to him, said, Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, you will see her immediately after the rendezvous. He is such a person, Frey's father. Listening to the conversation from the screen, Sei chuckled and said, I finally know why you bought the amulet of marriage from me. It must be hard for you to have such a father-in-law. Sei Ito next to him turned to look at Sei and teased her. Sei looked at Sei Ito next to her and sighed helplessly. At the same time, she thought to herself, I just finished talking about Frey's father, and now I'm being exposed. Karma really comes quickly. We are finally going to rendezvous. After the communication ended, a low-ranking officer said. Then, the Archangel accelerated and flew toward the designated rendezvous location at high speed. After half a day, when the Archangel was about to arrive at the designated area, Rommel, who was in charge of the radar monitoring, suddenly said loudly, It's neutron interference. It's coming from the area. As soon as this was said, everyone in the bridge was shocked. Fortunately, they only detected neutron interference and did not detect any heat source. Therefore, everyone in the bridge was more or less relaxed. They just thought that it was a neutron interference device that Zaf scattered in the universe. But after a few minutes, this relaxed feeling completely disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of urgency. There's a similar heat distribution in front of us. It's estimated to be the advance team. Another radar monitoring officer said loudly. Wong Duo Maney calling. Then, CIC's voice sounded loudly. Terminate the rendezvous. Order the Archangel to immediately turn around and retreat. Captain, Bucky Lulu looked up at Marlene and called out, waiting for her decision. How strong is the enemy? Marlene did not immediately answer Bucky Lulu. Instead, she asked the radar monitoring officer anxiously. Yellow 557, Maku 402, Nazca class. Heat distribution, 3 gold, the radar monitoring officer replied loudly. Wait a minute, this is Holy Shield. Gatex 303 Holy Shield Gundam. Hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. The Holy Shield did not only represent the Holy Shield Gundam itself. It also represented a team that gave the Earth Army a headache, the Cruise Team. You said it's a Nazca class? At this time, Marlene recalled the radar monitoring officer's information about the enemy's warship class and anxiously confirmed it again. Yes, the radar monitoring officer confirmed. Captain, following the two reports, the situation was clear. At this time, the situation had become very obvious, so Buggy Lulu raised her head again and called out to Marlene, hoping that she would make the right choice. If it's that warship, Dole turned to look at Marlene and said, even if we turn around now, we can't guarantee that we can escape, Marlene said in a deep voice. She was explaining to everyone and also confirming the choice in her heart. Then Marlene looked up with a firm expression and ordered loudly, all personnel, first combat equipment. Archangel, go cover the advance fleet. As soon as Marlene's words fell, an urgent alarm immediately sounded in the Archangel. Then, Mu, who did not need to prepare anything, immediately flew out of the Archangel and his Ma and quickly flew toward the battlefield where the advance fleet was located. Not long after he set off, the assault Gundam also flew out of the Archangel and rushed toward the battlefield at high speed. Barrette, fire. Just after the assault Gundam flew out, Bucky Lulu immediately ordered loudly. As soon as Bucky Lulu's voice fell, two beams emitting yellow light shot out from the Archangel. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the battlefield and hit a Jindan near the Megami, blasting it into a pile of space trash. But just as one Jindan was destroyed, the Holy Shield Gundam immediately returned to its original color. A thick beam of scarlet light suddenly shot out from the center of the Holy Shield Gundam, which had transformed into a four-legged squid. In an instant, it pierced through a Ma-type frigate. A violent explosion immediately broke the corvette into two and sent it flying into the distance. At this time, the assault Gundam that flew out of the Archangel finally arrived at the battlefield and attracted the attention of the Holy Shield Gundam that had just destroyed a frigate. The Holy Shield Gundam that had transformed back into its human form immediately went up to the assault Gundam. The two immediately pounced on each other and shot at each other with their beam guns. Although Musuo's Mazuro and Kira's assault Gundam had joined the battle to share the pressure of the Vanguard fleet, the Vanguard fleet's strength was too weak. The specially equipped Ma-Zero was like a moving target. From the start of the battle until now, other than leaving some smoke and scratches on the Jindan's outer shell, they did not even leave any major damage on the Jindan's body. On the other hand, they were easily killed by the Jindan like little chicks. On the other hand, Musuo's Ma-Zero destroyed a Jindan as soon as it arrived on the battlefield. However, another Jindan immediately seized the opportunity and fired a shot at the Ma-Zero. Similarly, the Jindan did not have an easy time and was instantly destroyed by the Ma-Zero's 4 auxiliary weapon boxes. The heavily injured Ma-Zero naturally could not continue to fight on the battlefield and could only hurriedly fly back to the Archangel. Inside the bridge, main cannon number 1, ready, fire, Bucky Lulu ordered. Where's Captain Flag? Marlene asked. The Type 0 is returning. Body damaged. Communications, Officer Mirialia quickly reported. Wazari's missile is approaching the Archangel. The radar monitoring officer said loudly. Flay. Kaz looked at Flay, who suddenly floated into the bridge, and exclaimed in a low voice. In this tense atmosphere, Marlene, who was very sensitive to any sound, immediately heard Kaz's exclamation. She discovered Flay, who floated in and turned her head to look at her. Flay. Say also discovered Flay, who was floating towards her. She quickly stood up from her chair and hugged Flay, who was floating towards her, as she called out softly. Daddy, where's Daddy's ship? Flay stared at the optical screen and asked anxiously. We are currently in battle. Non-combatants, please leave the bridge. Marlene said to Flay in a deep voice. Which ship is Daddy's? How is it? Flay's mind was currently filled with only her daddy. She could not hear anything else as she asked loudly. Flay. Say hugged Flay and called out softly. What are you doing? Let go of me. Flay struggled. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up on the optical screen that had been showing the situation of the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. Then, on the screen, the middle section of a battleship's hull exploded violently, slowly breaking into two halves from the middle. Under the force of the explosion, the two halves flew out to both sides. The Archangel has been sunk. The radar monitoring officer said softly. Flay, let's go. You can't stay here. Hurry up. Flay was completely stunned by the scene on the screen. Her eyes were wide open as she stared blankly at the optical screen. Say, who was beside Flay, immediately hugged her and said anxiously. After saying that, she pushed Flay out of the bridge. Just as Flay and Say floated to the entrance of the bridge, the radar monitoring officer anxiously reported again. 2 Archangels are approaching the megamine. Number of MK remaining, 1. Not long after he finished reporting, the remaining MK was destroyed by the Archangels. After that, the Archangels who were no longer obstructed by the Archangels immediately flew toward the surrounding warships. They used the weapons in their hands to destroy the main cannons of the warships one after another, eliminating the final defense. At the same time, the Archangel, which was the only remaining warship, naturally attracted the attention of the Archangels. Several Archangels surrounded and attacked it. Boom! A missile bombarded the Archangel, causing the entire ship to tremble. Prepare to fire the positron destruction cannon. The Archangels are coming. What about the assault? Bakiliolu said anxiously. Captain, we can't do this anymore. If we don't retreat now, we won't be able to protect our ship. Mu, who was guarding the Archangel with his injured body, said to Marlene through the communication device. But Marlene looked at the megamine on the screen and said hesitantly. Just as Marlene was hesitating, Flay, who was wearing a pink dress, returned to the bridge. However, this time, her right hand was tightly grabbing the innocent-looking Lux's left arm. She dragged Lux to the side of the CIC. With a serious and fierce expression, she said loudly, Kill this girl. Tell those bastards that if they open fire on Daddy's ship, kill this girl. Hurry up and tell them. In an instant, everyone was stunned by Flay's words. They never thought that the usually extreme, selfish, arrogant, and weak Flay would suddenly become like this. She had become so unfamiliar and terrifying. Chapter 357. At this moment, when everyone was stupefied by Flay's astonishing words, 2 thick energy beams suddenly appeared on the optical screen. They pierced through the body of the only warship on the screen, the Mega Gemini, causing the Mega Gemini to immediately explode violently. Dazzling light and rising fireballs appeared on the screen, illuminating the entire screen. Ah! Flay immediately screamed when she saw the Megamini wrapped in flames and smoke on the screen. Her face was filled with disbelief as she flew backward. Say caught her and stared blankly at the image on the optical screen. She was struggling with an incomprehensible sound. At this moment, the MS that destroyed the entire Vanguard fleet immediately turned around and flew toward the Archangel at high speed. Captain, Baki Lulu shouted loudly. However, right now, Malu, who was already distracted by Flay's transformation, completely ignored Baki Lulu's shout. This caused Baki Lulu, who originally had some hope for Malu, to immediately extinguish the illusion in her heart. She raised her hand and took off the communicator on her left ear. She stood up and quickly floated to Kaz, who was in charge of CIC. She snatched the communicator from his ear and adjusted the communication band to the full band. Then, she spoke into the communicator with a sonorous voice. Notify the Zaft army that this is the battleship Archangel belonging to the Earth Federation. This battleship is currently protecting the daughter of Plant Supreme Council Chairman Siegel Klein, Loxy Klein. We accidentally discovered the lifeboat she was on. Although we are protecting her from a humane standpoint, we are protecting her. However, in the future, if our warship is attacked again, we will consider your warship's responsibility to Lakis Klein. At that time, We will deal with this matter according to our own wishes. This is the notice." After speaking, Bakilialu put down the communicator in her hand and silently looked at Margot, who was glaring at her. After a moment, she calmly said, "We can't let the assault Gundam and the Archangel be sunk here." "I know, Nader." Hearing Bakilialu's words, Margot was the first to turn her head away. She said in a deep voice, "Men, bring Miss Lakis back to her room." Seeing this, Bakilialu did not say anything else. After all, Marlou was her direct superior. Her behavior just now was considered overboard. Although she did not think that what she did just now was wrong, this behavior itself was a very serious mistake for Bucky Lulu, who grew up in a military family and aimed to be an outstanding soldier. So after the matter was over, Baji Lulu naturally wouldn't allow herself to continue making mistakes. She turned her head and ordered the others. But even so, the seeds of estrangement between Baki Lulu and Margot had been planted. With Lux's life as a threat, Zaft obediently retreated. Watching Team Jean and the Holy Shield Gundam gradually disappear into the distance, Buggy Lulu reached out and pulled at her collar. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although she didn't look weak when she was confronting Margot, she still felt a wave of heat and disbelief when she thought about it. "Are you scared now?" Seito, who had flown to Bucky Lulu's side, whispered in her ear. "Ah!" Bucky Lulu was instinctively startled and let out a low cry. Then, Bucky Lulu, who regained her senses, blushed and pretended not to know anything. She said to Seito, "Captain Seito, what are you talking about? You know what's going on." Seito floated out from behind Bucky Lulu. He looked at Bucky Lulu and smiled. Although the crisis has been temporarily resolved, the battle situation still hasn't improved. Without the influence of Flace matter, Margot had returned to her usual self. However, her words were laced with a thick sense of mockery. "We can regroup during this time. That's the most important thing now." Bucky Lulu loosened her hand from her collar and looked at Margot with her back facing her. Of course, the content of the last sentence also had a double meaning. "Yes, I know." Hearing this, Malu turned around and stared at Balulu. Okay, how old are you? Don't throw a tantrum like a child." Seito, who floated from Bucky Lulu to Margot, said to the two, "Don't forget, there are still a few students here. Don't leave a bad impression on them." Hearing Seito's words, Margot and Bucky Lulu looked at each other quietly again. Then they looked away silently and continued to do their jobs. Schwa. The sensor door opened. Two low-ranking officers walked in and clapped hands with the two on-duty officers who were sitting in front of radar and CIC. They replaced the two officers and sat in the positions of radar and CIC. The two officers then yawned and left the bridge. "Aren't you going to sleep? You should know that staying up late is very bad for women." Seito floated to Margot, who was sitting in the captain's seat with one hand clenched into a fist and pressed against her cheek. "I didn't expect you to care about this." Margot put down her hand and looked at Seito in surprise. "It can't be helped. If you want to get a woman's favor, you must know something related to women, such as beauty." Seito shrugged. "I didn't know that you were an emotional expert." Margot chuckled. "What emotional expert? This is what I saw on the internet." Seito smiled, then changed the topic. He stared into Margot's eyes and said with a very serious look, "And if I'm an emotional expert, why didn't I even get your favor?" Why are you talking about me?" Margot blushed and whispered anxiously. "Because, Captain Margot, you are very attractive." Ito-sei took a step forward and put one hand on the armrest of the captain's seat. He leaned forward, and his eyes were parallel to Malu's eyes. The distance between their faces was less than 5 centimeters. He breathed softly. "Don't be like this, Captain Seito. This is the bridge." Margot leaned back as far as possible to avoid Seito's breath, looked to the side, and whispered, "You mean as long as it's not the bridge, it's okay?" Seito immediately asked, "Not anywhere." Margot used the aura of a captain, reached out, and pushed Seito away, and whispered, "Oh, is that so?" Seito said non-committally, Then he looked up at the two officers who had just finished the handover. When the two officers stared at the screen in front of them more and more intently, he chuckled and kissed Margot's face. Then he quickly left the bridge room without waiting for the latter to scream. Margot, who hurriedly turned around, looked at Sei Ito, who disappeared outside the sensor door, and was speechless for a long time. Then she glared fiercely at the two low-level officers, turned around, and unconsciously raised her hand to touch the place where Sei Ito kissed her. Then she silently took out a pendant metal necklace from her inner pocket, held it in her hand, and closed her eyes to rest. That's Kira? This should be the part where Kira secretly released Lax. Sei Ito, who was floating forward in the corridor, suddenly noticed Kira not far away. Forget it, I won't participate in releasing Lax, but there are still some things I can do. Sei Ito then slowed down and carefully followed behind Kira. He quietly watched Kira run away with Lax, meet Sei and Mirialia, and sneak into the locker room with their help. Kira, who was in a combat uniform, and Lax, who was in a spacesuit, were sent to the assault Gundam. While Kira and Sei were making an agreement, Sei Ito immediately released his psychic power and transmitted his voice into Lax's ears using a special vibration method. Lax at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was in the corner, transmitted his voice using psychic power. Then he looked at Lax, whose face changed a little when she suddenly received his voice transmission, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't stop Kira from sending you back to Zaft, because I believe we will meet again. But I hope that when we meet again, you can give me some of Plant's technological information. As for the type, anything is fine, but you can't be too perfunctory. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. Okay, that's all I want to say. I won't delay your return trip anymore, but remember what I said. Looking at Lax, who was blinking her eyes curiously in Kira's arms, Sei Ito continued. After that, he turned a trace of his psychic power into a special rune and attached it to Lax's shoulder, cutting off the voice transmission. At this time, the garage was already in a mess. Kira, who saw more and more people, quickly closed the cockpit cover of the assault cruiser. He controlled the assault cruiser step by step to the equipment room and manually equipped it with the usual equipment. He then started the engine and flew out of the Archangel at high speed toward the Nazca-class warship that had been following behind the Archangel. Not long after, Kira's voice sounded in the full-band cosmic communication channel. This is the Earth Federation Army, the assault cruiser Gundam that the Archangel belongs to. We are now returning your Lax Klein. However, the Nazca-class warship must stop moving forward and let the Holy Shield Gundam pilot come here alone as a condition. If you break the conditions, I can't guarantee her safety. Captain, Kira has no regard for military discipline. Please give the order to attack. Because of Kira's behavior, everyone who was resting returned to their posts. At this time, Bukalu, who was sitting in the battle commander's position, said loudly to Maureen, "If that's the case, we'll be under fire from the assault cruiser Gundam." Before Maureen could answer, Mu, who was sitting in the center and ready to attack at any time, said to Bukalu. After that, he flirtatiously winked at her and said, "Maybe." The Nazca-class warship's engine has stopped. It has stopped. The radar officer reported. The Holy Shield Gundam is close. Another radar officer said. Chapter 358. At this moment, on the optical screen, the red Holy Shield Gundam was rapidly approaching the Assault Gundam. Then, when it was still a short distance away from the Assault Gundam, it stopped and quietly stood opposite the Assault Gundam. Then, the Assault Gundam that had been waiting there raised the beam gun in its hand and aimed it at the Holy Shield Gundam's chest. Then, the cockpits of the Assault Gundam and the Holy Shield Gundam opened one after another, exposing the pilots inside. Then, the Holy Shield Gundam's pilot came outside the cockpit and reached out to grab Lux's hand that was flying towards him from the Assault Gundam's cockpit. He pulled her to his side and said a few words to Kira. Then he brought Lux back to the cockpit and flew back to their respective warships with the Assault Gundam. The enemy's mecha are attacking. Just as the two Gundams were on their way back to their respective warships, The Archangel's radar adjutant suddenly reported. The NASCAR-class warship's engine has been activated. The thermal radar monitor followed. Immediately, Mu, who had already predicted that crews would do this, immediately started the MA's engine and rushed out of the Archangel. However, just as Mu Suozma and Kreutzer's MS rushed past Assault and Holy Shield Gundam, Kreutzer's MS suddenly came to an abrupt stop and flew back to Holy Shield Gundam's side. Together with the Holy Shield, they flew back to the Nazca-class warship. Then, the Assault Gundam, accompanied by the MA driven by Mu, returned to the Archangel. After the Assault Gundam and the MA returned to the Archangel, Bujiluru stood up and said to Margaret, "Captain, I suggest that we conduct a military trial for Lord Kira and the MA." "Okay." Margaret turned to look at Bujiluru, who had a determined look on her face. She sighed and agreed. Then, she got up and left the bridge with Bujiluru and Seito. She found Mu and Kira, who had just walked out of the garage, and announced the decision. Hearing that there was going to be a military trial, Mu immediately made a sound of surprise and turned to look at the depressed Kira beside him. But as a soldier, Mu couldn't say anything about this matter and could only agree helplessly. As the party involved, "You can have a lawyer," but Kilula said to Kira with a serious face. "If it's a lawyer," Maui's gaze immediately fell on Seito and Mu. "Don't look for me. I'm not familiar with military law at all." Seito floated to Bucky Lulu's side and said to Marlene in a hurry, "All right then, let me be Kira's defender." Mu-chan sighed and said helplessly. Then Mariu, Bucky, Lulu, and Seito went to the captain's lounge. They were going to use this place as a military court for the time being. Then, the three of them each found a place to sit down and waited. After a while, Mu and Kira, who had changed back into the Earth Alliance Army uniform, came into the room. In the room, Mariu, as the captain and the judge of the temporary military court, naturally sat in the main seat behind the desk. In the open space in front of her stood Kira, who was the prisoner awaiting trial. On Kira's left and right sat his defender Mu and prosecutor Bujiluru. As for the only idle person, Seito, as a witness, sat behind Kira by the window frame. "The court is in session." After everyone arrived, Mariu announced. As Mariu's voice fell, Bucky Lulu, as the prosecutor, immediately recounted the crimes committed by Kira. The defendant didn't realize how much of a threat his actions would pose to the safety of the ship, Bucky Lulu said. "This is just your speculation. There is no real evidence. I want to delete this speech from the record." Mu defended Kira. "Permission granted." With her hands clasped together, her elbows on the table, and her eyes fixed on Kira in front of her, Mariu agreed. This case, using civilians as hostages, violated Article 4 of the Treaty of Galuska. Mu, who held the military law manual in both hands, continued to defend. The actions this time were based on the wartime measures of Special Case Project C. Only then would they be appropriately dealt with. Although Bujiluru also held a military law manual in her hand, she didn't look at it. She retorted based on the military regulations in her mind. Special Case Project C? How come I didn't know there was such a thing?" Mu was also a military law amateur. When he heard Bujiluru's words, he immediately flipped through the manual in his hand with a surprised expression. But there were so many military laws, how could he find it in a short time? In the end, Mu had to put aside the Special Case Project C. He directly used the results to defend himself. But because the hostages were released, the Nazca-class battleship retreated, and we were out of danger. "This is just based on the results," Bujiluru retorted. "Yamato Kira, do you have anything to say?" Mariu said to Kira, who had been silent the whole time. But after waiting for a while and still not hearing Kira's answer, she had to ask directly, "Why did you do that without authorization?" "I didn't save her because she was a hostage." Kira was disgusted by the Earth Army that used civilians as hostages from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he had nothing to say, so he said with a very serious expression, "You didn't save her because she was a hostage, but because you didn't want her to be used again, or you didn't want her to stay on the ship and be imprisoned." Seito, who had been watching the trial, thought to himself after hearing Kira's words. That's right. If you want to do it, you would only do it for your girlfriend, Mu said in a joking tone, but Kira only glared at him. Objection. Bujuluru immediately stood up and protested. Defense, please pay attention to what you say. Maryu turned to Mu and warned him. Then she put her hands in front of her, looked at Kira, and said, Yamato Kira, you violated Article 3. B. Article 10. F of the military law, and also contradicted Article 13. 3 of the military law. The court has decided to sentence you to death. Hearing this, Kira immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He looked at Maryu in shock, his eyes full of despair. He probably never thought that his actions would bring about his death. But in the end, that was the verdict in the military court. The court has no right to punish civilians. So I hope Yamato Kira can be careful in the future. I will leave the court now. After a pause, Maryu suddenly changed her tone and said in a calm tone. This sudden change was like a light in the darkness, immediately calling back Kira, who had fallen into despair. He looked at Maryu with a face full of surprise and opened his mouth that is to say, don't act on your own in the future. Mu on the side stood up and said to Kira. Although Bujuluru was dissatisfied with this verdict, she also knew that everything on the ship was decided by Maryu, so she didn't argue. She just stood there silently and angrily looked at Mu and Kira, who were leisurely chatting there. I'll leave first. Kira calmed down and said to the 4 people in the room. Then he turned and walked out. After him, the relaxed Mu and the angry Bujuluru also left the room one after another. Phew! Maryu let out a long breath when she saw Bujuluru leave. It seems that you are powerless against Second Lieutenant Bujulu. Seito walked to Maryu's table and looked at her with a smile. Natale is too serious about everything. Although this will make her an excellent soldier, it will also make her lose a lot of things. Maryu raised her hand to rub her forehead and said in a low voice, Don't you think this is the best Natale for you? Seito smiled. Maybe. Maryu tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded and said, Hey, Maryu. Suddenly, Seito called Maryu in a very gentle tone. Maryu looked at Seito in front of her in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. There are no outsiders in the room now. Seito walked around the table to Maryu's side and said with a smile, Lieutenant Seito. Maryu immediately knew what Seito was going to do. Her face flashed red, and then she called out to Seito in a serious tone. Seito turned a deaf ear to Maryu's name. He chuckled and walked in front of Maryu. He pressed one hand on the armrest of the chair Maryu was sitting on and put the other hand on the top of the chair. He looked down at Maryu and gradually moved his head closer. Hearing Seito's and her own breathing and feeling the warm breath, Maryu dodged in a panic. At the same time, she reached out her hands to Seito's chest and pushed. But Seito's strength was not something Maryu could compare to. After pushing a few times, Seito didn't loosen at all. In the end, Maryu had no choice but to close her eyes and prepare to accept Seito's kiss. Maryu closed her eyes and waited for a long time, but she still didn't see Seito kiss her. She carefully opened her eyes and saw Seito's face almost touching hers. Since you're so resistant, I'll let it go this time. I'll taste your beautiful lips next time. Seito looked at Maryu and said softly. After that, he backed away from Maryu and left Maryu's room. Phew! After the censor door closed again, Maryu let out a long sigh. Then a half-relaxed and half-disappointed feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. The next 3 days were peaceful. There were no more Zaf's pursuit outside, and there were no more incidents on the ship. They successfully arrived near the main force of the 8th Fleet and prepared a rendezvous with the main force of the 8th Fleet. We'll reach the rendezvous point in about 30 minutes. Inside the bridge, Maryu, who had her hands crossed in front of her chest, looked at the dark space outside and said softly, This day has finally arrived. Everyone, increase your vigilance and pay attention to the fleet. There may be enemies targeting the fleet. Hearing Maryu's words, Bakililu immediately ordered loudly. Yes, the radar officer responded. Chapter 359. First combat equipment for all personnel. I repeat, first combat equipment for all personnel. Suddenly, an urgent report sounded in Archangel. At this moment, Ito, who was walking slowly toward the bridge, paused for a moment. Then, he quickened his pace and rushed toward the bridge. When he passed by a restaurant, he saw Sei and Kaz, who were also rushing toward the bridge. Behind them, Kira was standing at the entrance of the restaurant. He was quietly listening to Flay, comforting the little girl. Although we have to fight again, it doesn't matter. Big Brother will fight to protect us. Flay smiled and said to the little girl, who had once participated in the origami game. Really? The little girl had an innocent expression. She asked doubtfully. Yes, he will eliminate all the bad guys. Flay confirmed. Kira. They saw that Kira didn't follow them and quickly called out to him. Kira, who was called out, hesitated for a moment. Then, he turned around and ran to Sei and the others. They took the elevator to the upper level of the battleship. Yes, eliminate all of them. Flay stood up and looked at Kira's disappearing figure. She said in a low voice. At the same time, she subconsciously clenched her fist. She completely ignored the little girl's hand in her hand. Ouch! The little girl cried out in pain. She glared fiercely at Flay. Then, she suddenly pulled her hand back and ran toward the residential area. Bang! However, the little girl, who was running with her head down, didn't notice Ito, who was standing at the top of the slope in the corridor. She bumped into his leg. Be careful. Ito reached out his hand to support the little girl. He lowered his head and smiled. I know. The little girl nodded angrily. Bypassing Sei's body, he continued to run backward. Captain Ito, Flay, who had also heard the conversation between Sei and the little girl, turned around and greeted them with a calm expression. You will regret this. Ito walked in front of Flay and looked at her quietly for a moment. He said softly. Flay placed her hands on her lower abdomen. She lowered her head slightly and did not say anything. Seeing Flay like this, Ito didn't say anything. He walked past her and took the elevator to the upper floor. He quickly walked toward the bridge. They are all liars. Flay, who had her head lowered, said in a low voice. Schwa. The sensor door of the bridge opened, and Sei quickly floated in and then did not talk nonsense. He landed in front of the fire god cannon and took control of one of the fire god cannons. The rest of the cannons were controlled by the Archangel's main system. Kira, Zaft has a Laurasia class. MS is Duel, Storm, Thunderbolt, and Gundam. Besides Ito, Mirialia, who was sitting on the other side of Ito, told Kira, who was in the cockpit of the Gundam. Soon after, the assault Gundam that was equipped with the usual equipment quickly shot out of the Archangel. The PS armor unfurled and charged towards the Duel, Storm, and Thunderbolt Gundams. The 8th Fleet is coming here. Hold on. Margot said to everyone, activate the automatic anti-air fire god cannon system. Prepare the anti-radium explosive. Load all the missile ports at the stern. Bakililu ordered in a deep voice. In the universe, the Duel, Storm, and Thunderbolt Gundams that were charging over suddenly changed midway. The 3 Gundams formed a triangular formation back-to-back and rotated as they charged towards the Archangel. After a few seconds, they scattered again. They suddenly scattered again, and 2 thick beams of light shot out from the path that the 3 Gundams had originally occupied. They hit the back left side of the Archangel. Boom! A violent explosion and vibration instantly occurred inside the Archangel. Looks like our evasion pattern was broken by the enemy. While resisting the impact, Margot said in a deep voice with a bad expression. At this time, the MA that flew out of the Archangel finally arrived near the enemy. The 4 auxiliary weapon boxes at the back scattered and blocked the Storm Gundam. The 4 agile weapon boxes quickly landed their attacks on the Storm Gundam. However, the Storm Gundam, which was protected by the PS armor, only paused for a moment before continuing to chase after Mu's MA without any hindrance. On the other side, the assault Gundam that was one step behind Mu also arrived at the battlefield. It used the beam gun in its hand to stop the dual Gundam and fought with it in the universe. Although the assault Gundam and the MA each stopped the Gundam, no one stopped the Thunderbolt Gundam. The thruster behind it spewed out flames and quickly bypassed the space where the four people were and rushed towards the Archangel. But halfway there, the Thunderbolt Gundam once again used the system it used to destroy Artemis Fortress. It hid and quietly approached the Archangel. We lost the Thunderbolt Gundam. The moment the Thunderbolt Gundam system disappeared, the Archangel's radar adjutant quickly reported. It deployed the system. Margot explained and then quickly arranged it. Quickly prepare the anti-radium explosive and replace the anti-air diffusion warhead. Anti-radium explosive. Replace the stern missile with an anti-air diffusion warhead. Bucky Lulu immediately issued an order according to Margot's instructions. Then, several anti-radium explosive instantly shot out from both sides of the Archangel, exploding into a pile of shiny, tinfoil-like metal pieces in mid-air, reflecting the sudden anti-radium beam of the Thunderbolt Gundam. Calculate the position of the Thunderbolt Gundam from an optical angle. Bucky Lulu immediately ordered. Then after the system on the side calculated a range, she immediately ordered. Prepare the diffusion warhead, fire. Several missiles with flat heads flew out from the stern of the Archangel. After reaching the designated position, the warhead in front of the missile popped out, revealing dozens of small red gunpowder steel balls inside, and scattered toward a large area in front of them. In this irregular scattered attack, the Thunderbolt Gundam, which had no PS armor protection, had to show its body shape to block the attack, and then after the attack was over, it deployed again and disappeared into the universe. Automatic anti-air Vulcan cannon. Deactivate automatic tracking. Open fire. Bucky Lulu ordered. It's time for me to show my might. Say Ito said with a smile, and then controlled the Vulcan cannon, which was the only thing not controlled by the mainframe computer, to fire at the universe. Say Ito's attack was not random, but a targeted attack. After all, the Thunderbolt Gundam was an important character, and even if its world energy was not as dark as Kira's, it was still very clear in his eyes. Therefore, for the Thunderbolt Gundam that was in stealth mode, say Ito was its opponent, it was very accurate to hit it. However, say Ito was only controlling one Vulcan cannon, and as long as the Thunderbolt Gundam avoided the distortion of the firepower and moved to its blind spot, there was no need to worry about being hit by Sei Ito's attack. Therefore, the Thunderbolt Gundam that had been hovering on the left side of the Archangel gradually moved to the right side of the Archangel. Whoosh, two thick green energy beams shot towards the Archangel again. Irregular evasive maneuvers. Maureen ordered. Main cannon ready. Shoot. Buggy Lulu immediately ordered. Whoosh, two similar beams shot out from the Archangel towards the Laurasia-class battleship in the distance. Just like that, the two battleships clashed in the universe. The 6th detection system has been hit. The temperature of the armor is rising. Archangel shook again. The ship's information monitor reported. Boom, boom. Although there was anti-radiation protection, it managed to block a few more shots from the main cannons, and 2 more shots landed on the Archangel. If this continues, the heat dissipation of the armor won't be able to keep up. The information monitor said. The armor temperature is still rising. 2 more shots, and it won't be able to hold on. Maureen said with a solemn expression. Then she responded to the current situation. Turn to starboard 20. The Thunderbolt Gundam is approaching. The radar officer said. What are the assault Gundam and State Zero doing? Bucky Lulu asked loudly. They are fighting the Duel and Storm Gundam respectively. Say replied immediately. Boom. The Thunderbolt Gundam that landed on the Archangel immediately fired a shot at the outer armor of the bridge when the Archangel turned. Boom. The explosion caused by the accumulation of several beams of light immediately caused the hull to shake. TSK, I don't know if that Kira kid will explode on time. Seems like I have to do it myself. Feeling the hull shaking, Seito let go of his hand and floated up from his seat. "Lieutenant Seito, where are you going?" Bucky Lulu asked anxiously. "I'm going to deal with the Thunderbolt Gundam," Seito replied without turning his head. Then he quickly floated out of the bridge. He's going to deal with the Thunderbolt Gundam? Everyone in the bridge was stunned. They did not understand what Seito was trying to do. At this time, Seito left the Archangel's bridge. He quickly went to the changing room and took out a set of protective clothing that fit him. He quickly put it on and then floated out of the Archangel under the confused gazes of the others. He jumped a few steps and floated near the Thunderbolt Gundam that was firing. Lieutenant Seito spotted. In the bridge, Mirialia suddenly said. Then, Seito's figure immediately appeared on the optical screen in the bridge. "What is he doing?" Margot frowned and looked at the optical screen diagonally above. She suppressed the worry and anger in her heart and said in a low voice. But soon they were stunned. They saw Ito, stomping his feet, dodging a laser beam from the Gundam. Then, the small thruster on the back of the spacesuit pushed forward, dodging another laser beam. He dashed to the Gundam's feet and jumped up to the Gundam's shoulder. When the Gundam reached out to grab him, he kicked the detector in the right eye of the Gundam. A powerful force was emitted from Ito-Sei's foot, and the Gundam's right eye shattered into a pile of fragments. A series of small sparks flew out from the eye socket. Then Seito held the Thunderbolt Gundam's head with one hand, pushed the thruster, and dodged the Thunderbolt Gundam's arm, then turned around and kicked the detector in the left eye again. With a burst of electric sparks, the detector in the left eye followed in the right eye's footsteps. After doing all this, Seito didn't stop. He quickly dodged to the bottom of the Thunderbolt Gundam's feet and quietly slipped to the side to hide. At this time, Kira, whose various abilities had been increased by 2 to 3 times after his seed burst, slashed the dual Gundam's waist with his beam saber in 2 jumps. Then, he returned to the Archangel at super-fast speed and knocked the unsuspecting Thunderbolt Gundam away. He pulled out his tactical knife and stabbed it into the cockpit of the dual Gundam that was chasing after him. "Looks like there's nothing for me to do. I have to go back quickly." Seeing Kira's outburst, Seito quickly returned to the Archangel through the original route. "Damn, that was too exciting." Seito returned to the ship and took off the helmet of the protective suit and whispered to himself. Then he returned to the locker room, changed back into his military uniform, and returned to the bridge of the Archangel. As he entered, the people were talking excitedly about the enemy's retreat and the arrival of the 8th Fleet all became quiet. They looked at Seito with a strange expression. "Are you okay?" She stood up from the captain's seat and turned to look at Seito and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Seito said with a relaxed smile as he floated to the bridge. "How we finally met up?" Seito landed next to Maru and looked at the 8th Fleet that was gradually visible to the naked eye and said softly, "Yes, we finally met up." Maru also turned around and looked at the 8th Fleet in the universe. As the two sides continued to close in, about 10 minutes later, the Archangel finally met up with the main force of the 8th Fleet. With this buffer of more than 10 minutes, the people in the bridge no longer looked at Seito strangely like when he first came back. Instead, they chatted as usual. Turn 180 degrees and decelerate another 20% to match the relative speed. Maru ordered. Following Maru's order, the Archangel quickly completed a 180-degree rotation and slowly retreated to the fleet. "But is this okay? Let's lean next to the Minilaws." The helmsman, Arnold Newman, turned around and asked, "I think Admiral Halbarton must also want to see this ship. Later, the Admiral will personally board the ship. He is the biggest supporter of this ship and the plan." Maru explained, "Okay, I still have some things to take care of. I'll leave this to you for now." After explaining, Maru got up from the captain's seat and said to everyone. Then she turned around and floated out of the bridge. "Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 360. When Seito saw Margaret and Bucky Lulu again, it was indeed during the ceremony to welcome Admiral Halbarton onto the ship for inspection. At this time, all the bridge members of the Archangel, including him and Moo, were neatly dressed. Led by Captain Margaret, they stood in 3 rows in the garage and watched the small inspection ship land. After a while, with the sound of a few jets, the small inspection ship landed steadily in the garage. One tall and one short, one strong and burly, and one with a big belly. 2 officers wearing the Earth Army uniform immediately walked out from the open door of the inspection ship. "Wow!" The burly man who walked out first immediately exclaimed in joy when he saw Margaret. The next moment, he floated in front of Margaret, held Margaret's arms, and said happily, "When I heard the news of Heliopolis being destroyed, I really thought there was no hope. Now that I can see you, it's really... Thank you for your concern, Admiral." Margaret first saluted to Hal Barton and thanked him, then said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time, sir. I just received a report that you were in a battle. It was really worrying." Hal Barton returned the salute, then turned his head and looked at Sei Ito and others standing behind Margaret. "Are you all okay?" "I'm Matale Bucky Lulu." Seeing Halberton's gaze fall on her, Bucky Lulu hurriedly stepped forward and introduced herself with a military salute. "I'm Moo Laflag of the 7th Fleet." After Bucky Lulu, Moo also saluted and introduced himself. "Ah, I'm so lucky to have you here," Hal Barton said after Moo introduced himself. After Hal Barton introduced himself, he immediately jumped in front of him, took the initiative to shake hands with Moo, and sighed. "No, I can't help," Moo said modestly. "Long time no see. Brigadier General Hal Barton." After Hal Barton and Moo shook hands, Sei Ito saluted and said, "I didn't expect you to be in Heliopolis and board the Archangel. What a coincidence." Hal Barton looked at Sei Ito in front of him and said with a double meaning, "It is indeed a coincidence." Sei Ito nodded and sighed. "They are." Regarding Sei Ito, who had already boarded the ship, Hal Barton didn't intend to delve into it for the time being. So after a simple greeting, he said, "They are." He shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the group of people standing at the entrance of the garage. They are the students from Heliopolis who helped out on the ship. Margaret followed Halberton's gaze and introduced them. Hearing Maureen's introduction, Hal Barton immediately reached out and pushed aside Baji Lulu, who was in front of him. Perhaps it was because they were in space. Hal Barton, who had nowhere to borrow strength to move forward, was a bit too strong. Bucky Lulu, who was pushed away by him, immediately let out a muffled cry. "The whereabouts of your family members have been confirmed. Everyone is fine." Hal Barton, who had floated to the front of the Heliopolis students led by Kira, Dole, and Say, comforted them. "That's great." After hearing the news, the students immediately laughed happily. In this situation, it was very difficult. "Please allow me to express my gratitude to all of you for your hard work," Hal Barton praised the group of young students. "Admiral, there's not much time left." Behind Hal Barton, the short and fat officer who walked down from the inspection ship with him reminded him in a low voice. "I'd like to have a good chat with you later," Hal Barton said. Then, together with Sei Ito, Maureen, Moo, Baji Lulu, and the short and fat officer, they floated into the Archangel. They stopped in the captain's lounge that once served as a military tribunal. The main seat naturally belonged to Admiral Hal Barton, then the short and fat officer standing next to Hal Barton, and Sei Ito, Maureen, Baji Lulu, and Moo, who stood straight in front of Hal Barton. It's really, for this ship and a Gundam. Not only was Heliopolis destroyed, but even Artemis was lost. The short and fat officer sighed. But they successfully saved the Gundam and this ship. Hal Barton said with certainty about the actions of Maureen and the others. "One day, it will be an advantage for our Earth Army," the short and fat officer said. "The guys in Alaska don't seem to think so," Hal Barton retorted, then looked at Sei Ito and the others and said contemptuously, "What do those guys know about the universe? Only Captain Lamias understands my thoughts. Nothing will be a problem. About the new human child, will there be no problem?" After Hal Barton finished speaking, the short and fat officer picked up the information about Kira on the table and asked, Kira Yamato got on the Gundam to protect his friends. If we didn't have his help, I don't think we would have been able to get here. Although it was forced by the situation, the fact that he had to fight against his own people made him very painful. Maureen explained softly, "He is an honest and kind child. I think we should give him full trust." But letting him go like this, the short and fat officer's tone was full of regret and pity. "Forgive me for interrupting." On the side, Bucky Lulu, who was already dissatisfied with Maureen's arrangement of Kira, suddenly stepped forward and said, "I have the same idea as Colonel Hoffman." Maureen and Moo, who were shocked by Bucky Lulu's sudden interruption and the content of her words, looked at Bucky Lulu at the same time, but Bucky Lulu didn't stop there. Instead, she continued, "His ability is obvious to all. He almost knows the secrets of G. We can't just let him go like this." "Humph, there are already 4 units in Zaf's hands. There are no secrets now," Halbarton said. But his ability is very precious. If possible, I want Kira to become a part of our army," Bucky Lulu continued to argue. "But, according to Captain Lamia's words, he doesn't seem to have this intention himself," Halbarton said calmly. "His parents are Earthlings. After Heliopolis was destroyed, they fled to Earth. If the army takes care of them," Bucky Lulu said. Bang! But before she finished speaking, Halbarton had already slammed his fist on the table in front of him and shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? What's the use of soldiers like this?" "I'm very sorry." Hearing Halbarton's reprimand, Bucky Lulu bowed with a frightened face and retreated back to the team. "Don't talk about the past anymore. The next thing is the problem." Halbarton stood up from his chair and said, "After this, the Archangel and its personnel will be incorporated into another fleet to land at the Alaska headquarters." Phew, I finally got out of that damn room. After a long while, Sei Ito, who watched Halbarton, the short and fat officer, Maureen, and Bucky Lulu leave, said with a long sigh, "If Maureen heard what you said, she would be in trouble." Next to him, Moo, who also didn't leave with Maureen because he had nothing to do, teased, "As long as you don't tell her, no one will know." Sei Ito curled his lips, then turned to look at Moo with a smirk on his face. "By the way, I heard that you have a few good books in your hands. Can you lend them to me?" "Where did you hear that?" Moo looked at Sei Ito in surprise. "I said I heard it. What do you think? Lend them to me." Sei Ito smiled. "Okay, but don't let anyone find out. I only have 2 books left. They were stolen during the escort mission." Moo shook his head helplessly. "I'll buy a few more books for you when I return to Earth." Sei Ito patted Moo on the shoulder and smiled. "Let's go," Moo said and floated to his room with Sei Ito. After a while, the two came to Moo's room. Then Moo took out 2 Playboy books from under the mattress and threw them to Sei Ito. "Here you go." "Thanks." Sei Ito reached out and caught the 2 Playboy books. After a simple thank you, he sat down on a chair and started reading. "You're going to read here?" Moo sat on the bed and looked at Sei Ito, who was reading the Playboy books in surprise. "Well, you know that everyone in the battleship is busy. Rather than being caught by Maureen, I might as well stay here and read," Sei Ito replied without looking up. "I think you're here to see Admiral Elberton." Moo was not stupid and immediately guessed Sei Ito's purpose for coming here. After all, he could borrow books anytime. Why did he have to borrow them now? What was he doing during the free time before the rendezvous? Well, Sei Ito shrugged, neither admitting nor denying it. After that, the 2 of them chatted casually. After some time, Sei Ito finished reading the Playboy book in detail. Then, the battleship's battle alarm sounded again. "All personnel, first combat equipment." I repeat, all personnel, first combat equipment. It's this kind of time again. Moo, who had been lying on the bed, immediately sat up and ran out while saying with a frown, "They probably want to eliminate us here." After hearing the alarm, Sei Ito, who also got up, threw the Playboy book on the bed next to him and ran out with Moo, guessing at the same time. Then the 2 separated halfway. Moo quickly ran in the direction of the locker room, while Sei Ito continued to rush to the bridge without stopping. As soon as Sei Ito arrived at the bridge, he heard Bucky Lulu's orderly order. "Close the hatch." Activate the automatic fire god cannon system. Load the missiles. Prepare the concentrated fire cannon and the linear cannon. Chapter 361. Just as Ito sat down in front of the fire god cannon console, Dole, Mirialia, and Katz, who were supposed to retire from the Archangel, came to the bridge one after another and sat in their usual seats. You guys are? Margaret looked at the four people who floated into the bridge and sat down in surprise. They're volunteers, recognized by Colonel Hoffman and approved by me, Bakilu explained, revealing her face. Then, all the crew members of the Archangel were quickly ready and waiting for Admiral Halberton's order to enter the battle. But after waiting for a long time, they still didn't receive any orders from Admiral Halberton. They could only watch the dozens of Gold, Holy Shield, Dual, Storm, and Thunderbolt Gundam wreak havoc on the battlefield, carrying out an almost one-sided slaughter of the 8th Fleet. Even if there were occasional retreating warships that were spared by Holy Shield and Thunderbolt Gundam, they would be destroyed by the main cannons of the Nazca-class warships behind them. Hey, why did you tell me to wait? Even the 8th Fleet is in danger against those 4 airframes. At this time, Mu, who also waited for a long time and didn't receive any orders to attack, took the initiative to contact Margaret's landline and said loudly, "Captain Flag," Margaret said in a low voice with a hesitant expression. Although it doesn't make much of a difference with me, Mu also felt that his tone was a bit harsh just now, so he lowered his voice and said, "I haven't received any orders to attack yet. Please wait a moment." Margaret quickly replied to Mu, then immediately cut off the communication, turned her head, and ordered with a firm expression, "Connect to the mini-allows." "What's the matter?" Soon, Halberton's figure appeared on the optical screen, and Hal Barton, who was wearing a space protective suit, asked aloud, "I want to leave the fleet immediately and enter the descent channel. Please allow me," Margaret asked with a serious expression. "What did you say?" Hal Barton said in surprise. "You want to escape by yourself first?" The short and fat colonel said angrily, "The enemy's target is our ship if we don't leave the main force. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out." Margaret ignored the malicious speculation of the short and fat officer and said calmly to Hal Barton, "It may be difficult to go to Alaska, but from this position, we can land in the area controlled by the Earth Army. As long as we persist until the breakthrough point, we can get rid of the Gold and Zaft warships." "Commander, you're still as reckless as ever, Mary Alamias," Hal Barton said after a short silence. However, it was not hard to tell from his words that he agreed with Maureen's suggestion. "Like leader, like subordinate," Margaret replied calmly. "All right, Archangel, prepare to descend immediately. I will send you to the critical point. Even a vicious wolf wouldn't let him pass." Hal Barton said in a deep voice. "Yes," Malu replied. After hanging up the communication, Amber ordered loudly, "Confirm the landing procedure and test the heat-resistant spray." A dozen protrusions immediately appeared on the bottom deck of the Archangel. A layer of mercury-like soft substance surged out from the protrusions and quickly merged with the surrounding silver-gray, gelatinous substance. It covered the entire bottom of the Archangel. "The descent procedure has been checked. Everything is normal. Adjust the trajectory. The angle of incidence is 6. 1 sir plus 3, the deputy helmsman Dorr reported immediately after the heat-resistant agent was spread out. "Commander," Margaret, who reconnected with Hal Barton, called out. "Well, Archangel's descent begins." Hal Barton, who knew that the Archangel was ready, immediately ordered, "Beginning descent. Thrusters at 40%, moving forward at a slight speed, starting in 4 seconds." The ship's information control officer reported the operation status of the Archangel loudly. As the Archangel descended, the 8th Fleet, which was originally densely packed together, suddenly made a change. They quickly blocked all the paths leading to the Archangel and used themselves as a shield to protect the safety of the Archangel's descent. Seeing the Archangel's action, the Holy Shield, Dual, Storm, and Thunderbolt that had been fighting on the periphery quickly changed their target and rushed toward the Archangel's location. Along the way, all the Ma and Ma battleships that blocked the four Gundams were killed on the spot by the powerful performance and firepower of the four Gundams. They became space garbage floating outside the Earth's orbit. Descending the first stage of the passage. 7 minutes to the critical point of atmospheric entry. The information control officer said loudly. Not even a minute had passed when several battleships exploded under the attack of the four Gundams. Then a passage leading to the Archangel was cleared out by the four Gundams. The Duel and Storm Gundams immediately rushed toward the Archangel. Duel and Storm Gundams are suddenly at the front line. The Mini-Laws is ready to fight, the radar officer reported. Captain, let us attack until we enter the atmosphere. Just then, Mu contacted Margaret again and requested. What nonsense are you talking about? Margaret instinctively retorted. Then she suddenly remembered the word Mu just said. The operation manual says that the assault Gundams can break into the atmosphere alone. While Margaret was still confused about the word we in Mu's words, Kira, who was wearing a protective suit, appeared on the small screen and said, Kira, Margaret exclaimed in shock. Then she asked with hesitation and disbelief, Why are you there? It's too dangerous for the Mini-Laws to continue like this, Captain. Kira didn't answer Margaret's question. Instead, he emphasized again. While Margaret was still shocked by Kira sitting on the assault Gundams, Bucky Lulu immediately got up for the command seat, walked to Mirielia's side, and contacted Kira. Understood, but you must return before the third stage. Even if the operation manual says so, no one has ever tried it. No one knows what will happen to the people inside the body. Always pay attention to the height and time. Roger, Kira replied. Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu. Margaret got up from her seat with a face full of anger. She stared at Bucky Lulu condescendingly and shouted with a voice full of anger. If I'm sunk here, the sacrifice of the 8th Fleet will all be in vain. Bucky Lulu turned around, looked at Margaret, and replied with an equally agitated voice. Margaret, who was rendered speechless by Bucky Lulu's rebuttal, could only stand there. She looked at Bucky Lulu with a strange expression, as if she wanted to cry but couldn't. At the same time, she looked at Bucky Lulu with a strange expression. With Bucky Lulu's permission, the two launch channels at the front of the Archangel opened one after another. Then the MA piloted by Mu and the assault Gundam piloted by Kira flew out of the launch channel one after another. They each found the Storm Gundam and the Duel Gundam to fight. Descending the second stage of the channel, for minutes until the critical point of atmospheric entry. The information control officer said, The Laurasia class is approaching. Suddenly, the radar officer said loudly. Immediately, a Zaft warship rushed into the 8th Fleet's battle group without dodging. It used its heavy armor to resist the attacks of the surrounding warships and rushed straight toward the Mini-Laws. Along the way, the Laurasia class's main cannon kept bombarding the Mini-Laws. Obviously, this Laurasia class was determined to destroy the Archangel even if it had to be destroyed. Knowing that it might not be able to avoid mutual destruction, the Mini-Laws immediately released the space shuttle with the civilians of Heliopolis. 2 minutes until the critical point of the third stage. The information control officer said. At this time, the exterior of the Archangel was already covered in red flames due to the friction caused by the atmospheric entry. Violent tremors were immediately produced inside the Archangel, shaking everyone in the bridge and making them uncomfortable. Recall the Assault Gundam and State Zero. Bucky Lulu immediately ordered. Subsequently, after receiving the order, State Zero attacked the Duel Gundam twice and forced it away. Then, he retrieved the 4 auxiliary weapon boxes and returned to the landing apron outside the Archangel. In order to secure the apron, he even shot out an emergency fastener before landing and nailed it to the landing apron. Just as State Zero landed on the Archangel, the Laurasia-class battleship and Admiral Halberton's mine lows finally reached their limits. They exploded and disintegrated amidst the red-hot flames produced by the friction with the atmosphere. Looking at the mini-laws gradually disintegrating on the screen, Margaret and Bucky Lulu stood up from their seats at the same time and silently saluted. Especially Margaret. A few drops of tears flew out from the corner of her eyes. Stage 3, Atmospheric Entry. Heat-resistant agent spread. The information officer said loudly. Kira, pay attention to the area diagonally above you. Push the dual Gundam out of the battle range of the shuttle. Just as Margaret and Bucky Lulu were mourning for the mini-laws, Seito floated to Mirielia's side and said to Kira, who was tangled with the dual Gundam. I know, Kira hastily replied and immediately accelerated his attacks in an attempt to push the dual Gundam away from the battlefield. However, due to the influence of Earth's gravity, the dual Gundam was not pushed away by the assault force. Instead, the dual Gundam counterattacked and sent the assault force flying with a kick. Then, the dual Gundam that was about to end the assault force was blocked by the shuttle that suddenly rushed into the battlefield. After losing its best opportunity, the dual Gundam tried to shoot a few times but to no avail. It immediately vented its anger on the shuttle. With just one shot, it pierced through the outer shell of the shuttle and caused a violent explosion. The Assault Force Gundam that had rushed over after seeing the dual Gundam's actions was blasted away in the direction of Earth. Still can't save it. Seito looked at the image on the optical screen and frowned. He muttered to himself, unhappily. Then, in order to catch the Assault Force Gundam that had been blasted away, the Archangel had no choice but to change its landing route. Although it successfully caught the Assault Force Gundam in the end, it caused the Archangel to deviate from its flight path and land in a position that was completely different from what it had expected. Chapter 362. Alaska is here, and we are here now. We really landed in a very tricky place, completely within the sphere of influence of Zaft. In the captain's lounge, Mu held a coffee cup in one hand and pointed to the two areas represented by two colors on the map of the world hanging on the wall in front of him with the other. Libya Desert. Seito leaned back on the pillar of the bed next to him with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked at the map painted red, which represented the landing area of the Archangel, and said softly, "There is no other way. We couldn't just watch the Gundam get separated." Sitting behind the desk, Margaret, who also held a coffee cup in her hand, said softly with a look of reminiscence. In short, the goal and destination of the ship remained the same. Margaret, who put the coffee cup on the table, played with the hair on her forehead with one hand, and said in a low mood, "Are you okay?" Mu turned around and looked at Margaret with concern. Margaret responded in a low voice. "Is the vice captain okay?" Mu continued to ask with concern. "He's fine." Margaret looked up at Mu and smiled. "That's good." Mu raised his hand and finished the coffee in the cup. He put the empty cup on the table, got up, and said, "I'm going to check on the child, and then I'm going to sleep. Also, you should go to bed early. If you are still so tired, you can't do anything." After that, Mu left the captain's lounge. "Don't worry, Kira is fine." Seito straightened up from the pillar and put down his arms. He walked around the table to Margaret's side, leaned his butt on the edge of the table, and put his left hand on the table. He tilted his body and looked down at Margaret to comfort her. "Since we have landed on Earth, Alaska can go back sooner or later." "I know," Margaret whispered. "Since you know, why do you still look so sad?" Seito said, reached out his right hand to Margaret's chin, and raised her head so that she looked at him. He smiled. "Don't mess around." Margaret rolled her eyes at Seito, raised her hand, and slapped away Seito's right hand from her chin. "Okay, I'm not fooling around." Seito shrugged. Then, under Maureen's shocked gaze, he bent down and carried her in his arms. He walked around the table to the bed on the side. He gently laid Malu down, then lowered his head to look at Malu, who was still looking at him in shock. He chuckled and said, "Mu is right. It seems that you really need to have a good rest." As he spoke, he reached out and brushed the messy hair on Malu's forehead. Suddenly, he leaned over and kissed Malu's slightly open lips due to her shock. Ugh! Suffering Seito's sudden attack, Margot instinctively let out a muffled cry. Oh, there's a bitter taste of coffee. Drink less of that in the future. It's not good for your health. After a while, Seito raised his head slightly and looked at the blushing Margaret. Then, he quickly straightened his back as the latter became angry from embarrassment. She smiled and said, "Okay, I won't disturb your rest. Good night, dear Malu." After that, he quickly exited the captain's lounge and disappeared behind the door. This bastard. Lying on the bed, Malu cursed in a low voice. It's Earth. Well, let's contact Shindiran again. Seito walked out of the captain's lounge and licked his lips with his tongue. Then, he slowly walked to the middle section of the Archangel. There was a corridor with a huge observation window, and he took out the communication device from the Rubik's Cube world. He contacted Shindiran. "Oh, sir." Soon, Shindiran's voice came from the phone. "Shindiran, you don't need to collect the information I mentioned before. For now on, help me collect the nuclear fuel on Earth. Collect as much as you can and send it to me before April 12th. Do you understand?" Seito said. "Understood, sir." Shindiran immediately agreed, and from the tone of his reply, he was obviously much more relaxed than when he first received the call. Obviously, Shindiran was very supportive of the decision to not collect the expensive and difficult-to-obtain information. After hearing Shindiran's agreement, Seito simply turned off the call and put away the communication device. He stood in the corridor and looked at the night outside the window. After a while, Seito, who felt a little bored, turned around and left the corridor. He came to the garage and happened to meet Mu, who was inspecting the new body. "Yo, you're here too." Seito raised his hand and greeted Mu. "You're here to look at the body too?" Mu turned to Seito and asked. "Uh-huh. No matter what, you're going to be my combat partner. If I don't get to know you, what if you suddenly throw a tantrum at me?" Seito walked to Mu's side and patted the blue and white body of the sky overlord that used fighter jets in the atmosphere. "You're a master who can fight Gundam alone. Why would you care about this?" Mu joked. "That was in the universe. There was no gravity. Now we're on Earth. I'm not afraid of anything on land, but in the sky. I haven't evolved to the level of a birdman yet." Seito said meaningfully. "Haha, that's true." People like Mu didn't understand the deeper meaning in Seito's words, so they didn't even hear it. They only thought that Seito was joking and laughed. "How is it?" Seito retracted his hand from the nose of the plane and asked Mu. "Didn't you read the manual?" Mu looked at Seito in surprise and asked. "Not yet." Seito shook his head. "How should I put it? It's a very interesting body. It can even be equipped with assault Gundam equipment. Looks like we'll have to be a courier in the future." Mu looked at the sky overlord and joked. "It's a captain's. Oh no, a major. I believe it can reach anywhere safely." The captain of the maintenance team, Kajurmadak, added. "Although it's a recommendation from Commander Harbarton, it's still." Mu looked at Kajurmadak and said, "Mu, are you trying to show off? You know, compared to the situation where all of you were promoted, I only shortened the promotion time and was punished by 1 year. How can a guy like you complain after being promoted make me feel bad?" After listening to Mu's words, Seito on the side pretended to be depressed and complained. Sorry. Mu also remembered that there was a guy next to him who didn't get promoted. He quickly apologized and then continued, "The salary increase is really good, but there's no time to spend, right?" Kajurmadak, who was checking whether the fixed facilities were safe, said, "Those guys are all on the front line. Especially that kid is already a second lieutenant, but he's the pilot. Yeah, the others are all second-class soldiers. It's really..." Mu, who was checking the condition of the body, said, Ha. He'll be able to stand alone soon." Kajurmadak, who finished checking the fixed facilities, smiled and said, "Speaking of which, has the kid's fever gone down?" "It went down in the morning. I really don't know if the assault Gundam is better or the kid's body is better." Mu climbed onto the sky overlord and looked at the situation in the cockpit while answering. Then he turned to look at Kajurmadak and asked in confusion, "By the way, do you know why Kira always calls that thing Gundam?" "Ah, that's what appeared on the startup screen. It's an all-domain universal continuous enhancement mobile weapon mechanism. You read the first letter together. In the army, it's called by the first letter, Kijurmadoc explained. However, don't you think the name of the institution is a bit exaggerated? All domain, universal application, continuous enhancement. It seems that none of these three words are simple. If you put them together, when has there been such an exaggerated scientific research institution on Earth? Sei Ito, who was reading the manual, suddenly said, "If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed. It's really an exaggerated name," Mu said. Indeed, Kijurmadoc also agreed. "I'm done. I've understood most of the things. Let's start setting up now." Sei Ito closed the manual in his hand and looked at the sky overlord in front of him. Then he walked to the side of the sky overlord, stretched out his foot, stepped on the stairs in front of him, and flipped into the cockpit. He pulled the system keyboard in front of the console and started to operate it. "Shoo, beautiful." Mu looked at Sei Ito's straightforward action of getting on the machine. He whistled, then made a fist with his right hand and praised Sei Ito. In response to Mu's praise, Sei Ito smiled at him indifferently, then lowered his head and continued to adjust the system parameters of the Sky Overlord. "With your skill, if you encounter land, can you win with an MS?" Mu put his hands on the edge of the cockpit of the Sky Overlord he was sitting in. He looked at Sei Ito and asked curiously, "If there's a single soldier with a small beam sword, probably." Sei Ito's hands that were modifying the basic settings paused and said, "In that case, you're equivalent to a small MS? I suddenly feel that you're more of a monster than Kira," Mu exclaimed. "What's so strange about that? There are countless capable people on Earth. I know of a few who can do this. You'll be surprised when I can play with Gundams in space." Sei Ito curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You're saying that there are many people like you on Earth who can fight Gundams alone as long as they have the right equipment?" Mu and Koro Jie looked at each other and said in surprise, "Yes, let's not talk about other countries. Just look at the East Asia Alliance. There are many people with this skill. After all, that was the place where the Sex used to travel," Sei Ito explained. Sex. As a European and a person from the CE era, he had no understanding of the East before the AD era. He muttered to himself with a face full of doubt. "It's an organization that passes down Kung Fu. If you want to describe it, it's probably similar to some small multifunctional departments of the government," Sei Ito explained. "Kung Fu," Koro Jie said thoughtfully. "Is it the kind of thing that often looks good in old movies?" What you see is a product of the movies. Real Kung Fu is not like that. It's like the combat skills in the military. It's a killing technique. Compared to the combat skills in the military, it's much more complicated and dangerous," Sei Ito explained to Koro Jie in surprise. After that, Mu, who had figured out new terms such as Kung Fu and sex, chatted with Sei Ito. Then, like Sei Ito, he began to adjust the various system data of the Sky Overlord. The adjustment took an entire night. By the time the two of them were done adjusting the data, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning on February 15th. "Phew, I've finally finished a part of it. I'll do the rest when I have time at night." After pressing the last button, Sei Ito lifted the keyboard and put it aside. He turned off the system, got up, and jumped out of the cockpit. He looked up at Mu, who was still busy, and said, "I'm going back to sleep." You go first. I'll probably wait for a while," Mu said without looking up. "Okay, see you later." Sei Ito turned around and left the garage. He returned to his own bedroom and fell asleep on the bed without taking off his clothes. When Sei Ito woke up again, it was already nighttime. After a simple shower, Sei Ito went straight to the bridge after dinner and saw Bucky Lulu, who was on duty. "Hey, Natale, how was your rest?" Sei Ito walked to Bucky Lulu's side, put his left elbow on her shoulder, and asked with a smile. "Very good." Bucky Lulu spat out the straw in her mouth, moved her body slightly, and said softly, "Don't be so cold." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Bucky Lulu's side face, pretending to be depressed. Just when Bucky Lulu was about to speak, a rapid beep, beep, beep suddenly sounded in the bridge. Everyone who was familiar with this sound immediately looked at Katz, who was being monitored by the radar. But whether it was because he was too nervous or not familiar with the business, Katz, who was being watched by everyone, looked at the radar screen in front of him with a bewildered expression. He didn't know where to start. Fortunately, there was another radar officer in the bridge. He hurriedly reported, "The ship has been locked on by a laser. It is determined to lock on to the enemy." As soon as his words fell, a rapid alarm immediately sounded in Archangel, waking up the sleeping combatants from their dreams and quickly rushing to their respective posts. "I just woke up and I have to go to war. How annoying." Seito curled his lips, turned around, ran out of the bridge room, and quickly rushed to the garage. If there was no gravity in the universe, Seito's speed might be affected, but there was no such problem on Earth, so it didn't take long for Seito to run to the garage. "How is it? Can we attack?" After rushing to Seito in the garage, he found Kijurmadak, who was nervously adjusting the data of the Sky Overlord, and asked, "No, the data of the body has not been adjusted yet. It is too dangerous to take off now." Kijurmadak shook his head and said, "And it is too late to load the ammunition." Chapter 363. As soon as Kijurmadak's words fell, Mu, who was dressed in military uniform, ran into the garage. "How is it?" Mu quickly walked to the side of Seito and Kijurmadak and asked. "No." Seito shrugged. "No matter what?" Mu's gaze fell on Kijurmadak and asked again. "No." Kijurmadak nodded with certainty. "Ah." Mu gritted his teeth with an unwilling face, turned his head to the side, and let out a soft sound from his mouth. Just when Seito and Mu couldn't attack because the Sky Overlord hadn't finished adjusting, Kira quickly drove the assault Gundam out of the Archangel and landed in the desert outside. However, because they had just landed on Earth, the various OS data settings were still in the universe mode. The assault Gundam, which didn't have time to adjust, immediately fell into the influence of gravity and sand. It was attacked like a target by the 5 land-based MS Bakus. But very quickly, the assault Gundam state changed. Its feet that were originally sunk deep into the sand, due to its weight, suddenly stepped on the surface of the sand as if it was stepping on solid ground. Following that, the assault Gundam raised its right leg and sent a pouncing Baku flying with a knee strike. Then, without any pause, the Gundam made a half-turn and used the protruding armor on its left shoulder to send a Baku flying from its back. After the Baku fell to the sand, the Gundam swiftly stepped on the Baku's chest and fired a linear cannon at an extremely close distance. Boom! After a dazzling light, a violent explosion and a large cloud of flame and smoke appeared in the desert at the same time. Because of this, a strong wind instantly blew a large amount of sand and dust, which quickly spread out with the assault Gundam as the center. After that, the assault Gundam, which had adapted to the sand battle, immediately burst out with a super strong combat power, dealing with the remaining 4 Bakus. But at this moment, several cannon fire suddenly streaked across the night sky and bombarded the Archangel. A violent tremor immediately occurred inside the Archangel. This caused the mechanical equipment in the garage to shake for a while. After the battle, Kijurmadak, who had mobilized the strength of everyone in the squad, finally managed to adjust an air overlord that could barely fly. Then Mu, who had the highest military rank, flew out of the Archangel and flew towards the location of the attack. However, just as the Sky Overlord flew out of the Archangel, the second wave of cannonballs pierced through the night sky. It flew towards the Archangel. But this time, the Gundam that had already regained its senses quickly used the machine guns on its shoulders and both sides of its head to fire at the surroundings. Then, it fiercely flew into the air amidst the huge sandstorm. With a punch, it sent a sneak attack Baku flying into the trajectory of the artillery attack, causing it to be destroyed in its own attack. Then, the assault Gundam quickly turned around and shot a scarlet energy beam into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Then, the remaining cannonballs bombarded the scarlet light beam that suddenly appeared in their path in the blink of an eye. A series of violent explosions instantly occurred in the sky, emitting a dazzling light that immediately lit up the desert under the night sky. This almost magical defensive method instantly shocked everyone, and they stared at the Gundam in a daze. Silence ensued. After that, although the assault Gundams also wanted to destroy the three annoying Bakus in front of them as soon as possible to end the battle, with the death of the two Bakus and a reminder of their previous performance, they naturally became more careful in their actions, cautiously dealing with the assault Gundams. Amidst this stalemate, the energy of the assault Gundam was quickly depleted. But just when the Gundam was about to run out of energy and couldn't launch an attack, several missiles suddenly flew out from the other end of the desert, bombarding a Zaft helicopter in the sky, and the resulting violent explosion instantly destroyed it. Then, several dune buggies equipped with small missile launchers quickly appeared in the desert. While attacking the Zaft, they rushed towards the battlefield. After a while, one of the dune buggies stopped beside the Gundam that was about to run out of energy. After staying there for a short while, it rushed towards the distance with the Gundam that was moving again. Behind the assault Gundam, the three Bakus persistently chased after him. Just like this, one fled and one chased for a long distance. The Gundam finally stopped in a sandy area and turned to face the three Baku chasing behind it, preparing to counterattack. However, just as the three Bakus pounced over, the assault Gundam suddenly leaped back and dodged the attacks of the three Bakus. In the next moment, several violent explosions and flames were produced from the bottom of the desert at the same time, causing the unknown building below the desert to immediately collapse, sinking the three Baku that stopped there. Then a huge fireball and explosion that enveloped the entire pit was suddenly produced in the pit, spitting out the three Baku that were blown to pieces in an instant. The damaged wreckage scattered on the ground like garbage, and a huge black smoke rose from the pit like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion. After that, Mu, who was piloting the Sky Overlord to investigate the source of the attack, finally returned and informed everyone on the Archangel about the identity of the attacker. The other party was Anto Butterfield, known as the Desert Tiger. I say, you guys seem to be too nervous. At the entrance of the Archangel, Ito looked at the fully armed Maureen, Mu, and several soldiers and said, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Mu pulled the bolt in his hand and said without raising his head, Okay, I didn't say that." Ito shrugged speechlessly and stood quietly beside Maureen. After the hatch in front of them opened, they walked out of the entrance together with Maureen and Mu and came to the crowd outside the Archangel. "For your help just now, I would like to thank you all." Maureen, who came to the front of the crowd, said in a sincere tone, then looked at the crowd in front of her and formally introduced herself. "I am Maureen Mias of the Earth Corps' 8th Fleet." Huh, wasn't the 8th Fleet destroyed? In the opposite crowd, a young man standing next to a bearded man said with a strange expression, "We are the Dawn Desert. I am Sibwa Shuma." The bearded man, who looked to be in his 40s, saw Maureen's expression and raised his hand to stop the young man next to him from continuing, then said to Maureen, "No need to thank me. You should also know that we didn't go there to help you. We're just firing at our own enemies." Facing the Desert Tiger, "Is this what you do?" Mu was obviously dissatisfied with Sibwa Shuma's tone and said in a disdainful tone, "I seem to have seen you somewhere before." Hearing Mu's words, Sibwa Shuma frowned and looked at Mu. "Miraflag, I don't seem to know anyone here." Mu shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "I didn't expect to meet the Eagle of Indiern here," Sibwa Shuma said in a seemingly surprised tone. As soon as he said that, Maureen and Mu's expression changed. It should be known that if one was not very familiar with the Earth Army, it would be impossible to know who the corresponding person with the title was, let alone call out the name as soon as they met. But obviously, as a member of the resistance organization, Sibwa Shuma couldn't be a member of the army, so the only thing that could let him know this was detailed information, and it was information about them. "You have a lot of information in your hands?" Ito said from the side. "You are?" Sibwa Shuma frowned and looked at Ito and asked in confusion, "Ito, I don't know if you have any information about me." Ito immediately said his name, then looked at Sibwa Shuma with interest. Seito, the military star of the Earth Corps? The first MA pilot to independently destroy an MS? Sibwashima looked at Seito in surprise and said, I didn't expect there to be so many celebrities on your ship. TSK, I didn't expect that in a place like Africa, a resistance organization would know my name. It really makes me feel a little vain. Seito smiled. Then Seito calmed down and asked calmly, Tell me, how much do you know about us? The Earth Alliance's newest special-equipped ship, the Archangel. It fled to Earth after being chased by the crew squad. As for this, Sibwashima said as he shifted his gaze away from the Archangel and landed on the assault Gundam that was riddled with scars. The X-105 is known as the prototype of the Earth Corps' new mobile weapon. Before Sibwashima could finish speaking, a young man with blonde hair, short stature, fair skin, and wearing a green bulletproof vest next to him spoke. In an instant, Maui and Mu's eyes fell on him, and Sibwashima, who was next to him, directly moved his body to the side to block the sight of Maui and others, showing his protection. Now that both sides already know each other's identity, we are also surprised to see the seeds of disaster blown to our side. Although you landed here for a reason, you should at least let us hear what you plan to do next, Sibwashima said. Then, can you help us? Maui, Mu, and Seito looked at each other and said to Sibwashima with a smile, if you really want to talk, put down the gun first. Sibwashima grinned and said disdainfully, and the pilot too. Chapter 364. Got it. Hearing this, Margaret glanced at Seito beside her. Seeing him nod, she raised her head and shouted at the assault Gundam, Second Lieutenant Yamato, come down. As soon as Margaret's voice fell, the tightly shut hatch of the assault Gundam immediately opened. Then, Kira, who was wearing a protective suit, stepped on a rope ladder and landed on the ground. He took off his helmet and walked towards everyone. At this time, the blond boy protected by Sibwashima rushed out of the crowd and ran to Kira. He clenched his fists and said angrily, Why did you? Seeing this sudden change, Mu subconsciously thought that Dawn Desert was going to do something. He immediately assumed a defensive posture and his right hand slowly reached for his waist, ready to shoot. At the same time, a tall, brown-skinned man who saw Mu's action immediately stood in front of Mu and stared at him with a guarded look. Don't worry, it's fine. Seito walked to Mu's side and pulled Margaret behind him with one hand. His other hand pressed on the back of Mu's hand that was already on the gun. Mu looked at Seito, then looked at the man in front of him and Kira and the blond boy behind him. He nodded and relaxed. Why are you sitting on that thing? At the same time, the golden-haired youth's right hand slapped towards Kira's face. However, before the slap could land on Kira's face, Kira grabbed his wrist and stopped it. While the two were in a stalemate, Kira suddenly felt that the blond boy in front of him was very familiar. He immediately remembered who he was. He said with a shocked expression, You're the one I saw at the Dawn Cooperative's factory. Let go of me, you idiot. Seeing that Kira had recognized him, the golden-haired youth began to struggle fiercely. As he struggled, the back of his hand fiercely slapped Kira's cheek. A clear and audible sound came from the point of contact. Wow! Seeing Kira being beaten up, Mu and Maureen were both shocked. They exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Dawn Desert Side also didn't expect the blond boy to be so violent. They were also shocked. Kajieli, Zeb Ashima called out. What's the matter? Mu looked at Kira and the golden-haired youth, Cuckley, curiously. He asked Seito. Who knows? Maybe they're having an affair, Seito said with a smirk. Hearing his words, the tall, brown-skinned man, who was about to return to the crowd, turned around abruptly. He glared fiercely at Seito with his hawk-like sharp eyes. But Seito never took such a useless threat to heart. Therefore, he ignored the tall man and continued to observe Kira and Cuckley. Mu was also stunned by Seito's words. He looked at Kira and the golden-haired young man with a strange expression and muttered in a low voice, I didn't know Kira was into this. After a short negotiation, the two sides that showed their initial sincerity were led by Dawn Desert's people to a hiding place in Dawn Desert. A moment later, the Archangel stopped in a canyon that could accommodate the hull of the Archangel. Then, as the captain of the ship, Margaret, Captain Mu, Bucky, and Lulu, as well as Sei Ito, who was also a senior officer but also a bodyguard, walked down Archangel together. Under Zeb Ashuma's lead, they walked into Dawn Desert's secret base and stopped in a huge and bright cave. Living in a place like this? Mu, who walked into the cave first, exclaimed, "Because this is the frontline base. Everyone's home is in the town." Zeb Ashuma walked to a small table on the side. He poured himself a cup of hot coffee, took a sip, and said, "Before it was burned out, it was indeed so." "Town?" Margaret repeated softly. "Tashu, Mura, and also people from Benadia." Zeb Ashuma turned around and explained, "We are a group of volunteers from those towns." Then Zeb Ashuma raised a coffee cup in his hand and said, "Have a cup of coffee." "Thank you." Margaret thanked him. "Help yourself." Zeb Ashuma didn't pour coffee for Margaret like a host receiving a guest. Instead, he turned around and left the table. Margaret, who was a little overwhelmed by Zeb Ashuma's action, looked at the people walking in and then looked at the coffee on the side. She didn't know whether to follow them or to get a cup of coffee herself like Zeb Ashuma said. "You go first. I'll get you a cup of coffee." Sei Ito, who was standing next to Margaret, said, "Thank you." Margaret thanked him in a low voice and then quickly caught up with Bucky and the others. She walked to the battle map. Sei Ito walked to a small table on the side, poured 3 full cups of coffee, picked up the iron cup, and returned to the map. "Here." Sei Ito handed one of the cups to Margaret. "Thank you." Margaret took the coffee cup and thanked him. Then, Ito Sei handed a cup of coffee to Bucky, Lulu, and Mu. As for himself, he didn't like coffee, so he didn't pour a cup for himself. "Thank you for your help with the ship." Margaret took a sip of coffee and said, "It was just that Zeb Ashuma was thinking about something at this time." The corner of his eyes kept staring at the back of the busy carry, and he didn't immediately respond to Margaret's gratitude. "Who is he?" Mu quickly noticed Zeb Ashuma's situation and asked. "Our goddess of victory," Zeb Ashuma said in a low voice. "What's her name?" Mu looked at Carrie and continued to ask. Mu, who waited for a while and didn't hear an answer, looked at Zeb Ashuma strangely. When he saw the latter's suspicious and vigilant face, he shrugged and explained with a smile, "It's not good to not know the name of a goddess." "It's Carriera," Zeb Ashuma said in a low voice. Then, Zeb Ashuma discussed the destination, route, and plan of the Archangel with Margaret, Bucky, and Mu. As for Sei Ito, he wasn't interested in it all. He just stood aside with his arms crossed and watched the discussion. At night, everyone sat around the bonfire, drinking hot coffee and staring at the fire in a daze. "Don't keep staring at the fire. Your eyes will hurt." Sei Ito, who was sitting next to Margaret, turned his head and said softly to her, Yes." Margaret was taken aback at first. She nodded and withdrew her gaze from the fire. She looked down at the coffee in her cup and continued to think about something. Seeing this, Sei Ito shook his head slightly. He lay back on the warm sand and closed his eyes to rest. But just when Sei Ito was about to fall asleep, a whistle suddenly sounded in the night sky. "What happened?" Zeb Ashuma immediately picked up the old radio walkie-talkie beside him and asked anxiously. "The sky. The fire is very big. It's in the direction of the tower." In the communicator, a young male voice said anxiously. Hearing the report, the people in the Dawn Desert no longer had the mood to relax. They stood up from the ground one after another and began to work nervously. "What do you think?" After Sibwashuma left them, Marlu looked at Musun and asked, "Well, I've never heard of the desert tiger being inhumane, but I'm not his friend. I don't know what he will do." Mu chuckled and then asked, "What should we do? Should we go too? If it's the Archangel, it's better not to move. After all, we still have to worry about whether there are other troops. Can Major go and confirm?" Margaret looked at Mu and said, "Me?" Mu looked at Ito, Sei who was standing on the side, and said strangely to Maureen, "Isn't the air overlord the fastest? And it's just confirmation. We don't need both planes." Margaret explained, "That's true. Okay, then let me go." Mu shook his head helplessly and said, "In the end, it's just a rescue. Lieutenant Bugilialu will also go later." Margaret shouted at Mu's back, "Margaret is still the best. She knows to keep me by her side." After Mu left, Seito suddenly reached out and hugged Margaret's waist from behind and laughed in her ear. "Don't be like this. Let go of me. There might be enemies coming later. We don't have time to mess around here." Margaret, who was hugged from behind by Seito, immediately panicked. She quickly looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to them. At the same time, she tried to pull away Seito's arms and said in a low voice, "Okay, it's not impossible for me to let you go, but I've always been the one taking the initiative. You didn't even do anything. So, if you want me to let you go so easily, you have to pay a price." Seito said softly as he moved his head closer to Margaret's face. "What are you doing?" Margaret said cautiously, "Just kiss me." Seito said, "If you don't kiss me, I might just carry you to the bridge. If they see you, don't blame me if it hurts your dignity as a captain." "You." Margaret suppressed the anger in her heart and shouted, but she also knew that she couldn't break free from Seito's arms with her own strength. She could only sigh helplessly. She turned her head with a red face and quickly tapped on Seito's face. Then she said anxiously, "Okay, you kissed me. You can let go of me now. Although it's a little perfunctory, a kiss is a kiss. Okay, I'll let you go now." As Ito Sei spoke, he let go of Ma Lu's waist and took a step back. Then he looked at Ma Lu, who was glaring at him with a smile, and raised his hand to touch the place where she kissed him. Seeing Sei Ito's action, the redness on Margaret's face that had just disappeared reappeared. After glaring at Sei Ito angrily, she turned to everyone and shouted, "Everyone return to the ship and prepare for battle." After shouting, she ran back to the Archangel first. After a while, all the staff members returned to their respective posts on the Archangel. Then, the prepared air overlord immediately flew out of the Archangel's ejection channel and flew toward the tower operator at high speed. Chapter 365. Fortunately, everything was just a false alarm. Except for the last time when the people in the Dawn Desert went to chase the tiger and the Gundam was sent to rescue, Seito, who was on standby, didn't attack at all. Instead, Seito acted as a bystander again. "We don't have much supplies." In the captain's lounge, Bucky Lulu, who was standing straight, said to Ma Lu, who was sitting behind the desk with her hands in front of her mouth, "Is it because of the distribution to the disaster victims?" Musun asked with one hand on his waist and the other scratching the back of his head. "Yes." Bucky Lulu nodded to confirm. "Then what are you going to do?" Mu put down the hand that was scratching the back of his head and looked at the pondering Ma Lu. "Natale, what do you think?" Ma Lu put her hands flat on the table and turned to look at Bucky Lulu. "I think we can agree with Sibwashima's proposal to go to Benadio with them tomorrow and buy supplies through the underground merchants there," Bucky Lulu suggested. "But the problem of the candidates." Ma Lu frowned. "Let me and Bucky Lulu go together." Ito, who had been listening to the discussion of the three, looked at Ma Lu and said softly, "You too." Ma Lu frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, you two will go with Sibwashima tomorrow to buy supplies. Since Lieutenant Ito is going, I think it's better to let Kira go with them," Mu suddenly suggested with a serious face. In an instant, Ito and the other two's eyes fell on him. They were waiting for his explanation. "That kid situation has been a bit strange in the past few days, and now there's a suitable opportunity. So I want to take this opportunity to let Kira go out and relax. Anyway, Lieutenant Ito is here. With his skills, I don't think anyone can hurt Kira under his nose unless Baku is used." Mu looked up at the three and shrugged with a smile. "What's wrong with Kira?" Malu looked at Mu strangely and asked. "Anyway, it's a bit troublesome." Mu shook his head with a headache and said helplessly, "All right then." Looking at Mu's expression, she knew that Kira's problem might not be simple, so she agreed to Mu's suggestion. Then he turned to Saito and said seriously, "Lieutenant Saito, I'll leave Kira's safety to you." "I understand." Saito nodded and said indifferently. Next, the four of them discussed some other matters. Saito, Mu, and Buggy Lulu left the captain's lounge one after another and returned to their rooms to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and everything went smoothly until dawn. "Let's go." Saito, who was dressed like an ordinary person, said to Baki Lulu, who was wearing white trousers and a purple long-sleeved shirt. "Yes." Baki Lulu agreed stiffly and walked out of the Archangel with Saito. They got into the car driven by the Dawn Desert personnel and quickly rushed to the nearest large city, Benadia. In the other car behind them sat Kira, who was out for a walk, and Carrie and her bodyguard, who followed them for some reason. After a long and boring journey in the desert, the group finally entered the city at around 10 o'clock in the morning and stopped in front of Market. "Let's get down," Carrie said to Kira, who was next to her, after jumping out of the car. "Oh," Kira responded in a low voice. He also jumped out of the car expressionlessly and silently looked at the peaceful and noisy scene of life in the city. "Be careful," Carrie's bodyguard said to Carrie. "I got it. Be careful too, Cha-Ili." Carrie nodded in agreement. "Kira." Saito in the car in front turned his head and shouted to Kira. After Kira looked over, he threw a metal nameplate. After Kira caught it, he said, "Take it, don't lose it." Kira looked down at the metal nameplate that was about the size of a thumb and was very confused. "Let's go." Saito didn't explain and looked up at Sibwashima, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Then the two cars started their engines again and drove deeper into the market. "What did you just throw to him?" In the car, Baki Lulu asked Saito next to her. "Something that can find him when I need it." Saito's right elbow rested on the edge of the car. He looked at the civilians on the street and said softly, "A tracker? That's a good idea." Baki Lulu guessed. "Sort of." Saito's shoulders moved as he replied. A moment later, the two cars left the market from the other end. After driving for some distance, they stopped in front of a two-story building guarded by armed personnel. Then Sibwashima came forward to negotiate. After obtaining permission to enter, they were led into the building by a guard. They came to a room on the second floor and saw the person they were looking for. It was a bald, brown-skinned man with 4 circles of beard, Cha-Ili. "To be honest, I find it strange that you would come here," the bald Cha-Ili said to Sibwashima, who was sitting on the sofa. "You don't have to worry about your life. You're really carefree, Cha-Ili." "If possible, I don't want to see your face anymore," Sibwashima said, "but there's no other way. I can't leave my water bottle empty. As long as you can reconsider. Compared to meaningless beliefs, life is more important. Am I right?" Cha-Ili narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile. Then he leaned forward slightly and reached for the cup in front of him. "The price of water is constantly rising. Of course, it's the same everywhere. As long as you can drink it, it's fine because it's closely related to life." After that, Cha-Ili took a sip of the water in the cup with a look of enjoyment. "I don't want to talk about this with you now." Sibwashima suddenly sat up straight and raised his voice. "What is it? Do you accept our request or not?" "Of course. Compatriots should help each other," Cha-Ili said and put the cup on the low table in front of him. He got up and said, "We'll talk about the details when we get to the factory." "Ha ha." After that, he left the room with his hands behind his back. Then, Sibwashima, Kaka's bodyguard, Baki Lulu, and Saito followed Cha-Ili and left the room one after another. They headed to the factory. Water, food, and fuel are all ready. What's left is the most important thing. Cha-Ili, who was leading the way, said on the way to the final transaction location. Then, Cha-Ili, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He turned to face Saito and the other three. At the same time, 4 staff members who were pushing a cart with large wooden boxes on it came in and stopped the cart behind Cha-Ili. They reached out and opened the lids of the 4 large wooden boxes. All kinds of missiles and ammunition that the Archangel needed to resupply were immediately presented to Baki Lulu and Sei Ito. 75 M-map rounds, EQ-177 magnetic field blocking parts made by the Dawn Society. Everything is ready, Chayili said. At this time, as soldiers Baki Lulu and Sei Ito walked out from behind Siwashima and came in front of the 4 large wooden boxes. They checked the ammunition in the boxes. Whoosh, military supplies. Sei Ito picked up one of the boxes and checked the contents. He whistled in surprise and said, "I can't imagine where these firearms came from." Baki Lulu stood in front of a box and looked at the military supplies in the box in surprise. There are still a lot of unknown jobs in the world. Ha 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 ha. Chayili replied without looking back when he heard Baki Lulu's words. Then he looked up at Siwashima in front of him and continued, "Although I can't say that this is a reward." "I understand." Siwashima interrupted Chayili's words and then asked Baki Lulu, "How is it? The goods are fine?" "Yes, all the goods are fine," Baki Lulu replied. "Have you prepared the things we asked for?" Siwashima asked Chayili after Bakiliulu had confirmed the ammo. "Of course." Chayili closed his eyes and said proudly. At the same time, a staff member next to him handed the list of items with the final price to Siwashima and said, "Please look. Kisaka." Siwashima, Sei Ito, and Baki Lulu, who returned to his side, looked at the group of numbers and shouted to the bodyguard behind them. The latter immediately stepped forward. After looking down at the bill in Siwashima's hand, he said straightforwardly, "Azara will be responsible for the payment." Then, the people who completed the transaction and received the materials immediately left Chayili's factory and returned to the place where they left Kira and Callie, but they didn't immediately pick them up after arriving there. Kisaka, who couldn't find them, contacted Marmite on the Archangel and reunited with Baki Lulu and Sei Ito, who received the news. TSK. In the end, they got separated. With his hands on his waist, Sei Ito glanced around and said, "Okay, you wait here, I'll look for them." "I'll go with you," Baki Lulu said immediately. "No, I'll be faster if I'm alone." Sei Ito shook his head slightly. Then, without waiting for Baki Lulu and Kisaka to speak, he quickly ran away and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. "He's alone? Is it okay?" Kisaka looked at Sei Ito and asked Baki Lulu in a low voice. "If it's him, it's okay," Baki Lulu said with certainty. After a while, Sei Ito followed the spiritual imprint on the metal nameplate he threw to Kira and stopped in front of a luxurious mansion guarded by a large number of Zaf soldiers. "Stop!" Seeing Sei Ito, the 2 soldiers immediately took off the weapons on their shoulders and aimed at Sei Ito. They shouted, "This is a military base. Unrelated personnel, please leave." "Well, I'm here to pick someone up. Please go and inform the person in charge that Kira and Callie's guardian are here." Sei Ito raised his hands to show that he didn't mean any harm and then said to the soldier, "Wait there." The soldier frowned and signaled to the other soldier next to him to be careful. Then he turned around and walked to the side to connect the room. After a while, the soldier walked back and said to Sei Ito, "Come with me." "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and followed the soldier into the luxurious building in front of him. Then he stopped in front of a door with a woman in his sexy blue tights standing at the door. Then the guard saluted the woman standing at the door, turned around, left the room, and returned to his post. "Go in." The woman in blue opened the door and said with a smile, "Thank you." Sei Ito thanked her, then walked past the woman and entered the room. Then he greeted Kira and Callie in the room. "Kira, Callie, Lieutenant Sei Ito." Kira called out in surprise. "Well, since your guardian is here, then I won't send you off." Andy Baldfield smiled at Kira and said, "We had a good talk today, although I don't know if it's a good thing." Kira looked at Andy Baldfield opposite him and reached out to hug Callie, who was wearing a green off-the-shoulder dress and a strange necklace. Then he turned around and walked out of the door. "See you on the battlefield," Andy Baldfield said when Kira was about to walk out of the door. "Thank you for taking care of my child." Sei Ito smiled politely at Andy Baldfield, then turned around and walked out of the room. He caught up with Kira and Callie in front of him and walked out of the building together, leaving Zaf's mansion. Lieutenant Seito. On the way to the rendezvous point, Kira asked Seito, "How did you know I'm here? Do you remember the metal nameplate I threw to you when we left?" Seito turned around and looked at Kira beside him. "This thing?" Kira took out the metal nameplate from his pocket and said, "Yes." Seito nodded slightly and reached out to take the metal nameplate from Kira's hand. "This thing has my spiritual imprint. As long as you're within my sensing range, I'll know where you are." Spiritual imprint? What's that? Kira looked at Seito in confusion and asked, "It's like the peach charm you bought from me before. It's a very mysterious thing. It's very troublesome to explain, and you probably won't understand even if I tell you," Seito said with a chuckle. Then he gently clenched the metal nameplate in his hand and opened it again. The metal nameplate suddenly turned into a pile of metal powder and was blown away from Seito's palm by the wind. Kira and Callie looked at Seito in shock, as if he had just done something insignificant. They were speechless. Chapter 366. Wait for me, I'm going to buy something. At this time, Seito looked at a relatively luxurious shop not far away, turned his head, and said to the two people around him. Then, without waiting for them to answer, he quickly ran into the shop. After a while, he came out again with a large paper bag. "Let's go." After that, he took Kira and Kaka back to the rendezvous point and left the city with Bakiliulu and Kisaka, who were waiting there, and returned to Archangel. "I'm finally back." After a long and hot desert journey, Seito returned to Archangel with a long sigh. Then he turned to Bakiliulu, who had just walked past him with some sweat on her forehead, and called out, "Natale, wait a minute." "Huh?" Bakiliulu, who heard the call, stopped, turned around with a puzzled look, and looked at Seito. "For you. I bought it specially for you." Itose walked to the front of Bakilulu. His right hand took out a smaller craft paper bag from the big craft paper bag in his left hand and handed it to Bakilulu. "For me." Bakilulu took the small paper bag with a puzzled look, looked down curiously at the contents of the paper bag, and said strangely, "I don't know much about your cosmetics, so I can only buy it based on my guess. How is it? Is it okay?" Seito looked at Bakilulu in front of him and smiled. "Thank you." Hearing this, Bakilulu stopped looking at the contents of the paper bag and thanked him in a low voice. "It's nothing, as long as you are satisfied. Then I'm relieved," Seito said with a chuckle, then looked at Bakilulu's sweaty purple shirt and said, "Well, you must be uncomfortable with the sweat. I won't delay your time. Go back and rest. Then I'll leave first." Bakilulu nodded, turned, and walked back to her room quickly. Margaret should be in the captain's lounge at this time. Looking at the gradually disappearing Bakilulu, a smirk appeared on Ito-Sei's face. At the same time, he thought to himself. After making up his mind, he walked straight to the captain's lounge. After a while, Seito arrived at the door of the captain's lounge. He reached out to press the small keyboard by the door and said, "Malu, are you there?" Swish, less than 5 seconds after he spoke, the door in front of Ito-Sei, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Seito, who was standing at the door, stepped into the room. "What's the matter?" Margaret asked when she saw Seito enter the room. "Of course it's a good thing," Seito replied with a smile, then turned around and walked to the desk. He raised his hand and put the big paper bag in his hand on the desk, then turned to Malu, who was standing by the side, and said, "This is for you. See if you like it." Hearing Seito's words, Margaret walked to the desk with both expectation and worry. She reached out and pulled the big paper bag in front of her eyes. She looked down at the things inside. In an instant, Margaret's originally normal face suddenly turned crimson, and she raised her head. She glared at Seito with a face full of shame and anger, and quickly put the big paper bag in her hand into the cabinet under the desk. "Thank you." Margaret, who put away the paper bag, looked up and thanked Seito. "It's good that you like it. I didn't buy it for you in vain. And those 2 undergarments, remember to try them on when you go to bed at night and see if they fit." Seito said with a sneaky smile. Get out. Hearing this, Margaret's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed again. She glared at Seito and shouted loudly. Hee. Seito smirked. His eyes paused on Margaret's chest. Then he turned around and quickly left the captain's lounge before Margaret raised her cup to smash him. At this time, Bucky and Lulu should have found out that those two undergarments were hidden under those black lace undergarments. I really want to see her expression when she finds those two undergarments. It's a pity that I can't see it. Seito, who walked out of the captain's lounge, thought evilly. The next day, on the way to the restaurant, Ito-sei once again saw Bucky Lulu in a military uniform with a solemn face. Natale. Seito called out to Bucky Lulu in front of him. Lieutenant Seito. Hearing the greeting, Bucky Lulu immediately stopped moving forward, turned to look at Seito, and called out in a strange tone. Look at you. Seito looked up and down at Bucky Lulu in front of him and said with a strange smile, How do you feel? Does it fit? Lieutenant Seito, please respect yourself. Bucky Lulu's face turned red, and she replied stiffly. How do I not respect myself? I'm just asking if the gift I gave is to the recipient of the gift. There should be no problem with that. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Bucky Lulu with a smile. When Bucky Lulu heard this, she was a little flustered. She looked at both sides and didn't speak. But forget it. Just think of it as my own unrequited love. Then, Ito-sei pretended to be disappointed and shook his head with a sigh. Then he looked at Bucky Lulu and said, I bought those two underwear by visual inspection. Although I am very confident in my visual inspection data, it is not as accurate as the actual person. So if you have time, try it. After that, he walked around Bucky Lulu in front of him and walked to the restaurant. Looking at Seito's leaving figure, Bucky Lulu's mouth opened and closed a few times, but she didn't say anything. In the end, she just took a long, deep breath, eliminated the remaining blush on her face, and returned to her usual appearance, then turned and left the corridor. Interesting. Seito, who saw Bucky Lulu's reaction clearly from spirit perception, chuckled in a low voice. Then he turned and walked into the restaurant, took a breakfast, and ate it. Time passed in this rare peace and leisure. A week passed in a blink of an eye, and it was February 28th, CE 71. This morning, after a week of preparation, whether it was supplies or personnel, Archangel, which was in the best state, finally started its engine again. With more than a dozen desert vehicles leading the way, it moved quickly in the direction of the Red Sea. What do you think, Margaret? Do you think it's suitable? In the bridge of Archangel, Seito leaned on the back of the captain's seat with his right hand on the top of the chair. He looked at the desert outside and whispered to Margaret in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Can't you care about something more serious? Margaret, sitting in the captain's seat, rolled her eyes at Seito and replied in a low voice. For me, caring about things related to you is the most serious thing. Seito chuckled. Oomph. Margaret snorted and ignored him. I'm going to the garage to wait. Seeing Margaret's expression, Seito chuckled and stopped teasing Margaret. He turned and left the bridge and went to the garage. Moo, what equipment are you going to use? In the garage, Seito asked Moo, who walked in. Anything, what about you? Moo, in a protective suit, walked to Seito and asked. Same. Seito smiled and said, In that case, let's guess which equipment to choose. Okay. Moo also smiled. The front is artillery equipment. The back is sword equipment. Which one do you choose? Then Seito took out a coin and flicked it into the air with his thumb. He quickly grabbed it with his right hand and pressed it on the back of his left hand as he asked Moo. The front. Moo tilted his head and thought about it. After listening to Moo's choice, Seito immediately removed his right hand from the back of his left hand. An engraved image of an old man's head instantly appeared in front of them. You win. Seito put away the coin on the back of his hand and turned to Moo with a smile. Looks like I'm lucky. Moo also smiled. Then the two sat in the cockpit according to their choices and waited for the order to attack. The order didn't make the two wait for long. Buggy Lulu's order to attack soon came from the communicator. The two prepared helicopters immediately obeyed the order and rushed out of the ejection channel at the front of the Archangel to meet the armed helicopters in the air. Compared to the fast helicopters, the Zaft armed helicopters were like snails in front of the Archangel. As soon as the exchange of fire, the helicopters piloted by Sei Ito and Mu destroyed several of them, clearing a lot of air threats for the Archangel. After the two helicopters, a mobile assault Gundam also flew out of the ejection channel of the Archangel and flew straight towards the Baku helicopters that were rushing towards the Archangel. The assault Gundam became more and more powerful as it fought with the Baku helicopters. In just a short while, the assault Gundam destroyed the rapidly approaching Baku in the desert. Boom, boom. At this moment, at the 6 o'clock position of the Archangel, several large artillery bombarded the stern of the Archangel. Violent explosions followed in the smoke and fire, causing the hull of the Archangel to shake uncontrollably. Mu, I'll leave this to you. I'll deal with the new ship behind us, Sei Ito said in the communicator. Okay. Mu responded and quickly pulled up the fuselage, dodging a rapidly approaching radium beam, then turned around and launched a counterattack against the enemy in front of him. A ball of flame suddenly ignited on an MS, followed by a violent explosion. In an instant, the MS was blown to smithereens. On the other side, after Sei Ito hung up the communication, he immediately turned the helicopter and flew quickly towards the huge land warship that had just emerged. Then, when he was about to reach the other side, he pulled out the steel basket used for emergency fixing under the fuselage and nailed it to the outer wall of the huge warship. At the same time, he quickly lowered the sword mounted on the fuselage and flew over the warship. The sword immediately cut off a large caliber cannon that was firing, and violent explosions and flames rose from the damaged cannon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 367. With Ito Sei, who was a more reliable pilot than Carrie in the original movie, the Sky Overlord was able to divert the enemy's firepower. The Gundam no longer had to worry about the safety of the Archangel. It destroyed the specially equipped Baku piloted by Andy Butterfield at a faster speed than in the original movie, forcing the Zaft to make the choice of retreating quickly towards the Gibraltar Camel. At the same time, without the interception of Andy Butterfield, the Desert Tiger, the Archangel's path to the Red Sea was completely opened that night in the secret base of the Dawn Desert. Everyone held a celebration party for the elimination of the Tiger. To the Desert of Dawn. In the cave command room, Sibwa Shuma raised his glass and said, "To the future we won." Marlene followed. To all of this, cheers. Mu followed. Cheers. Sibwa Shuma, Marlene, Mu, Sei Ito, and Baki Lulu's wine glasses collided at the same time. Drops of yellow luster splashed from the colliding wine glasses and dripped onto the map below. None of the 5 people cared about this. They raised their glasses and drank. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the wine entered her throat, Baki Lulu took the wine glass away from her mouth and coughed violently. I didn't expect you to not drink. Sei Ito, who was standing next to Marlene, looked at Baki Lulu opposite and teased. Margaro drank the wine in her cup in one gulp and let out a satisfied sound. Her face was red from the wine as she laughed along with Zebu and Ashuma. But you will still have a hard time. Mu put down the empty wine glass and said, "Of course. Just take a bite. It'll be fine after a while." Sei Ito didn't pay attention to Mu's next words. Instead, he turned his hand and took out a chocolate and handed it to Baki Lulu, who was still coughing. Cough, thank you, cough. Baki Lulu raised her head with a red face, looked at Sei Ito, and reached out to take the chocolate and thanked him. Then she straightened up. She opened the packaging of the chocolate with both hands, broke off a piece, put it in her mouth and chewed, but she didn't know if it was because she ate the chocolate. Baki Lulu didn't cough anymore. They will make a comeback soon. After solving the problem of Baki Lulu, Sei Ito who had refocused his attention on the conversation between Mu and Sibwa Shuma, happened to hear this. At that time, we'll have to fight again. We will continue to fight against those who try to oppress us, Sibwa Shuma said with a determined expression. In order to show his determination, he even picked up the weapon beside him and waved it at Mu. Dad. At this moment, a young man in an orange shirt ran into the command room and said to Sibwa Shuma with a serious face, "The elders said that they want to hold a prayer ceremony to send off the soldiers." Hearing this, the few people in the command room didn't stay any longer. They walked out of the command room with Sabu and Ashuma and went to the crowd outside. They watched the elder solemnly recite the names of the dead soldiers. In this solemn atmosphere, Buggy Lulu seemed to have thought of something and raised her hand to give a military salute. The next morning, the Archangel began to pack up and prepare to leave the Libyan desert for the Red Sea. That's why you should take me with you. I know the situation better than you do, and I can help when you encounter problems like supplies. In front of the material pile, Cuckley said loudly to Maui. But, Maui said with a troubled expression. At the same time, she turned her head to look at Buggy Lulu behind her. When the latter saw Maui looking over, she immediately turned her head aside as if nothing had happened and continued to listen quietly to the conversation between Maui and Cuckley. Of course, I don't ask you to take me to Alaska, and I have no intention of joining the Earth Army. But you have this need now, Cuckley said. Need you? Mu looked at Cuckley strangely and asked. This? Asked by Mu, Cuckley was immediately speechless. After a while, she continued with a rather catch-all reason. You need all kinds of help. Speaking of help, Maui crossed her left hand across her chest, pinched her chin with her right hand, and looked down at Cuckley in front of her. Goddess! Mu walked in front of Cuckley, looked at her face, and said softly, In short, I will go with the Archangel, that's it. Cuckley, who was annoyed by Mu, finally said to Maui like a child throwing a tantrum, then turned around and packed up her things. I say, are you so sure that she will run around with us? Seito looked at Kisaka, who was still packing up his things, and said softly. Kisaka heard the words, looked up at Seito seriously, then closed the box in his hand, leaned over, picked it up, and walked silently to the Archangel. Do you know their identity? Mu looked at Seito strangely and asked. Mu's question also focused Maui and Buggy Lulu's attention on him at the same time. Well, I know a little bit. Seito shrugged and said to Maui, but since she doesn't want to say it, we don't have to pay attention to it. Just let her be. Okay. Maui agreed after thinking for a while. Soon after, the Archangel completed the task of packing up, then flew out of the Libyan desert with Cuckley and Kisaka and entered the Red Sea. Everyone is allowed to take a short time to take a look at the deck and relax. Just inform the people on the ship. As soon as the Archangel entered the sea, Maui said to everyone, The sea. Seito, who was staying in the garage at this time and watching Kira adjust the sonar data, then said to Mu, I'm going to go up and take a look. What about you? Me? Forget it. Mu, who had his arms crossed, shook his head and said, Well, I'm going to the deck. See you later. Seito nodded to Mu, Kira, Kejaramadak, and the others, then turned and left the garage to the outer deck. The sea. It seems that I haven't absorbed it into the Rubik's Cube world. It's a good opportunity to absorb more. On an empty deck platform, Seito held the railing in front of him with both hands and looked at the blue sea in front of him as he muttered to himself. Then, with a move of his mental power, he drew out a stream of sea water and sucked it into the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, a small stream of gradually expanding liquid appeared on the southern edge of the Rubik's Cube continent and quickly spread out. A moment later, just when the sea water in the Rubik's Cube world was about to form a shallow lake, the closed door behind him opened again, and Kira, with a military jacket on her shoulder, walked out. Lieutenant Seito. Kira looked at Seito in front of her and greeted in a low voice. Looking at you, you haven't been well these days. Seito turned around and leaned his back and both elbows on the railing, then looked at the haggard Kira in front of him and said, How about it? Do you want me to be your caring sister? Thank you, Lieutenant Saito, but there's no need. Kira shook her head, walked to the side, and sat down with her back against the deck. She lowered her head and looked like she was in deep thought. Then forget it. Saito didn't mind and lowered his head to continue controlling the flow of sea water into the Rubik's Cube world. He just asked Kira in a seemingly casual manner. Kira, if there was a world without war and racial differences, would you be willing to live there? Huh? Kira heard this and looked up at Saito in surprise, her face full of confusion. However, Saito didn't have the slightest intention of explaining. Seeing this, Kira turned her head to the side, looked up at the blue sky, and said in a low voice, "If there really was such a world, I probably would. Is that so?" Saito nodded and said softly. Just as Ito-sei was about to say something, Kajali, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and light green canvas pants, walked out of the room. "Looks like she's here for you. In that case, I won't be a third wheel and disturb the secret meeting of you two little lovers." Seeing Carrie walk out, Saito teased Kira, then closed the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world, got up, left the deck, and returned to the Archangel. Shortly after Saito returned to the Archangel, a burst of urgent sirens sounded in the Archangel. Immediately after, Saito, who was walking to the bridge, immediately ran back to the garage, quickly put on a protective suit, sat in the Sky Overlord, and then flew out of the Archangel under the command of Buggy Lulu to meet the two MS Deans in the atmosphere. Immediately after Saito, the Sky Overlord piloted by Mu and the Assault Gundam piloted by Kira rushed out of the Archangel one after another. One flew into the sky to deal with the Deans together with Saito, while the other stood on the deck to deal with the MS Jin in the water. The number of enemies was small to begin with, and the firepower on the Archangel side was sufficient, so other than dealing with the Gin in the water, it did not take much effort at all to eliminate the two Deans and the two Gins that attacked, ending the battle. Back in the garage, Saito jumped out of the Sky Overlord and turned his head to Mu, who climbed out of the cockpit, and said, "This is the easiest battle since the Archangel set off." "Indeed, but I'm a little worried." Mu, who landed on both feet, took off his helmet and said, "An aircraft carrier in the water?" Saito continued, "Yes, if it's an attack from the air or the water, we can definitely detect it early, but we're not familiar with it in the water." Mu said, "There's nothing we can do about it. We can only take one step at a time." Saito said, "That's the only way." Mu nodded and said helplessly. Then the two left the garage together, changed into military uniforms in the locker room, and separated to do their own things. But all in all, the situation is not bad. After all, this is the Red Sea. Although it is also within the ZAF control circle, its control is not as strong as the Indian Ocean. So until March 3rd, the Archangel left the Red Sea without being attacked again. It's just that everyone knows that this kind of good days won't last long. After all, the Archangel has already sailed into the Indian Ocean, and it's only a matter of time before it is attacked by the Zaftir. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.